Welcome to Paranormal M, where fear and fascination collide. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications to stay updated with our latest supernatural content. Enjoy the spine-tingling stories. Potentially paranormal. Okay, so I've been in this apartment for a few years now. I live with my mom, my cat, my aunt, and her cat used to live with us until moving out recently. My aunt would spend most of her time in her room. She has pretty bad anxiety. Her cat never left her room because her cat hates other cats. The apartment is part of what used to be one big house. We're on the first floor, and I'm going to explain the layout a little bit so that way you can understand what's happening, where and why some things are particularly odd. So there are two doors into the apartment on opposite sides of the apartment. What had once been the front door is not used as such, and it's always locked, unless we have a reason to go out that way. And the only people who have keys to this apartment are my mom, aunt, and the landlord. The new front door leads directly into the kitchen, and to the immediate left is the one and only tiny bathroom. Leaving the kitchen, you enter through the archway into the living room. If you keep going straight, you enter a long hallway. On the left is a very small offshoot with two doors facing each other. One is leading into my room and the other is my aunt's. On the right side of the main hall is what we've dubbed the craft room. It also sort of doubles as my cat's litter box space. That sounds like smelly crafts. Down at the very end of the hall on the right is my mom's room. Essentially everything is one big straight line with my mom's room at the end of the apartment, and the bathroom and kitchen at the complete opposite end. Now that you can hopefully picture the layout, here's some of the strange things that have been happening. The first thing I experienced here was my blankets moving around in the night. And when this first happened, I had the comforter folded down at the end of my bed. It was hot. I woke up in the morning to find the blanket covering me. Now, I know people will say that I moved this in my sleep, or you might assume my mom or maybe my aunt might have done something. Well, I asked my mom and my aunt, despite this not being something my aunt would ever do, and they both said that they hadn't. I'm usually a pretty heavy sleeper, unless somebody comes into my room. So, I would have woken up if one of them had come in. Plus, I just had no reason to lie about doing it. As for moving it in my sleep, it's not really something I've ever done before. And I don't really sleepwalk or anything, and this is more obvious not me doing something in my sleep when it happens again more recently. I was cold and sleeping the comforter on. When I woke up the next morning, the blanket was folded neatly at the end of the bed. And the key here is neatly. Yeah, I've kicked my blanket off me in my sleep or woken up half asleep and shoved it off before. But it always ended up in a heap or haphazardly pushed around and then off of me. But the blanket was folded purposefully. This happened a few times. It gave me the feeling of a passed-on relative making sure I'm not freezing or overheating in the night. I'm not particularly worried about this strangeness. Sometime last year, I had this other strange experience. I wear contacts, and when I take off my glasses in the morning to put them in, I set my glasses on a bookcase in the living room. This bookcase is against the wall shared with the craft room. And at this point, we had a neon orange super bouncy ball that my cat loves to chase and was set up on the bookcase. My glasses and another few knickknacks kept this ball from rolling off into the floor. Now, I'd gone to the bathroom and I was returning to the living room. That's when I saw the neon orange ball bounce out of the craft room. Now, as I said, the ball's been on the bookshelf in the living room. My mom, who was in her room, hadn't moved it. And my cat was curled up in her bed also in the living room. My aunt wasn't even home. The ball very much came from the craft room where it had not been when I left the living room earlier. It was also bounced. Not falling from something, kinda slightly bounced, but it was like somebody had actually bounced it, making it go high into the air before hitting the carpet and rolling slightly to a stop. I have no explanation for this because I very much saw the ball in the bookcase in the living room as I set my glass down. I very clearly saw it come from the craft room after. A few months after that, well, I'm not sure if it's paranormal or just cat weirdness, or maybe a glitch in the Matrix type of thing, but I'm putting it with all this. So I was sitting in my living room and my cat got up and came over to me to convince me to get up because it was lunchtime. She likes eating and drinking while I make my lunch. So I got up and she raced ahead of me into the kitchen as she usually does. I was right behind her, and when I entered the kitchen, she wasn't there. This baffled me. I checked the pantry and the bathroom, she wasn't there either. I turned back around and called for her, because occasionally she'll come out when I do. And as I walked into the living room, my cat came trotting out to my mom's room. Now remember, the kitchen and my mom's room are on completely opposite sides of the apartment. That means that she would have had to get by me, go from the kitchen to her room. And I'd been right behind her when she ran into the kitchen. I didn't see her leave and run past me. There's absolutely no way I wouldn't have seen her. I don't know how she got from one end of the building to the other, but it was very odd. Now, 2 things happened just a couple of days ago. The first thing was that one of my contacts went missing. I take out my contacts every night at the kitchen counter. It's like a bathroom sink. It's like too small. It has like no counter space. So I use the kitchen counter. I don't want my contacts to fall into the sink or go down into the drain, so I always very deliberately make sure my contacts are in the case before closing them up and putting them away. My left contact had gone missing a couple of times before, and while I was annoyed, I assumed I was misplacing it somehow. But having twice before, I was now paranoid about it happening again. Made absolutely sure both contacts were in the solution before closing it up and putting them away. The next morning, the contact was gone. It wasn't stuck to the cap, it wasn't pressed against the sides of the case. I did eventually find it dried up under one of the things on the kitchen counter, which, sure, seems like I misplaced it. But there was no way this could have happened because it was very much in the case. I could see the slight blue tint of it in the solution before I put the cap on. And this one may have some explanation, but I'm not able to find it myself. I have no idea how it wouldn't have gotten out of the case in the middle of the night on its own. The second thing happened the next day. Brace yourselves. I was taking my morning shower. My mom had left to go visit my grandma as she usually does on the weekends. I was alone in the house, aside from my cat. As I was washing up, I heard the front door open and close, and footsteps. After a moment, I heard my mom's voice, kind of annoyed, having what sounded like a conversation on the phone. I couldn't make out words, but it was definitely her voice. I was wondering if something had happened. She wasn't trying to shout to me over the sound of the water, so I figured it wasn't anything too serious. But I was pretty confused as to her being back home so quickly. So she usually doesn't come home back like 2 or 3, and this was like 11 or 12-ish. Then I heard her say our cat's name, so I thought she was scolding her for something. But I had no idea what for. There were pauses of silence here and there before the conversation would pick back up again. There would also be the occasional footsteps, or sounds like she was walking around in the kitchen and the living room. Then eventually it stopped as I got out of the shower. Left the bathroom, completely expecting to see my mom and, ask her what was going on, but she wasn't even there. The front door was still locked. I hadn't heard her leave. And I did hear one of the neighbors in the apartment building, talking with her son outside, but she sounds nothing like my mom. Her voice is way higher pitched than my mom's. Most of our neighbors are guys. It's only one other woman, and she wasn't nearby, and she also doesn't sound like my mom. When my mom did actually come home, I asked if she'd come back at some point. She hadn't. She doesn't know what happened either. So yeah, these are the weird experiences I've been in apartment. I don't know what to make of them. I have to assume that if these things are paranormal, then there's multiple spirits or entities. Because while the blanket thing doesn't really feel bad at all, the bouncy ball and the missing contact feels playfully mischievous. But the last thing with my mom's voice very much freaked me out. It could be because I've heard of mimics and that they can be dangerous as opposed to whatever actually, being negative. But I don't know. haven't really experienced much in the way of the paranormal before, but personally, I do believe. My mom, however, has always been pretty sensitive to it. I know when she was a teen, she and my aunt, the one that lived with us, and some friends played with the Ouija board. They experienced activity while doing so. My mom had told me after we moved out that in the house that we lived in when I was like 3 to 8, she would hear a baby crying under the stairs at night. She knew it wasn't me because she'd go check on me and I'd be asleep and fine. And as I grew older, the crying remained that of a baby. That same house, right before we moved out, I did get very creepy vibes and refused to be there alone, despite having no particular reason why. That's about the closest to a paranormal experience I've had before all this. Anyways, like I said, I don't know what to do or really make of what's been happening. I haven't been able to properly debunk anything, which is why I'm sort of leaning towards it being paranormal in some way. I'd love to hear people's thoughts on this. What do you think is happening? Could there be a mimic or something else? Fae? Or can you think of something non-paranormal for all these things that I haven't? I may. Encounter with a Black Hooded Figure, 1994. This happened to me in 1994, so I've had a lot of time to resonate with what really happened this night. I'm going to preface the event by saying that prior to it, I had a lot of angry emotions. Basically, I was mad at the world, which is something that entities seem to feed off of. I was breaking up with a girlfriend and moving out with a roommate under less than ideal circumstances. Needed to find a place to live quick. So, I was sound asleep. I'd gone to sleep early. My roommate and I weren't really talking, so I hung up in my room pretty much just stayed here pretty much anyway till I was moving out except to go to work, so I'd kind of just stay locked up in there. The way it started is I was awoken with a thud through my body. When I woke up, I'm on the floor, not in the bed where I'd been sleeping. On top of that, I was facing the opposite direction that I'd been sleeping on the floor. My head was now where my feet would be on the bed, but again, I was on the floor. So, as I woke up, I look around, and in front of the closed door to my room, I see a black hooded figure floating in the air, seemingly looking at me. I say seemingly because, well, there's no face at all inside of the hood, just darkness. The whole mass of this black hooded figure was incredibly black, blacker than the night around it. I could literally feel evil on it, and the fear coming out of me was immense. Couldn't talk, but maybe this was out of fear. I'm not saying I was paralyzed here. It all happened so incredibly quick, like in less than a minute. Not sure how it was gone, or I forget that part. Probably a blink, but honestly, I just don't remember how that part happened. And for years, I just put this event out of my mind. There's no internet then to ask questions to folks, or even look up what had happened to me. I've even questioned in my mind if this really did happen, but I know that it did. Clearly remember hearing my roommate and his friends talking down the hall while this was going on. No one came, so I guess they didn't hear me hit the ground. Speaking of that part, for years I just thought I was thrown into the ground. But with more contemplation, I think I understood, to get into that position facing the opposite direction that I'd been sleeping in. I was most likely levitated off of the bed in the air, turned around, then dropped on the ground with that thud when, I woke up. When I got married, I told my wife this story. First, I think she thought I was nuts. Didn't believe the story. Well, yeah. She was the first person I told this story to, and that took about 15 years. I've now told many folks, including my family. I find the more people you tell your story to, the more the folks are likely to tell you a ghost story of their own. One that you wouldn't have heard any other way. One night about 10 years ago, I'm trying to find some information on this encounter, and lo and behold, if you Google the term black hooded figure, well, it seems that this entity had made quite a few appearances. Suddenly, I didn't feel so alone. And something else happened that night. So with this information in front of her after I showed it to her, my wife now believed that this might have happened after all. It was nice to have some validation of the story I stood by for years in the words of other folks, and, well, it was better if I had just told my story the first few years and then found theirs. I know this form of figure is referred to as death in some stories and movies. I contend that these beings have always existed and that movies and books didn't really make them up. I feel that somebody had an encounter and instead of telling it to the world as nobody would believe them, they just started putting them into popular culture. It just sort of wound up being appropriated to this. I could be wrong, but that's what I feel. There's no death that night of anybody I knew. And nobody died soon afterward that would be assigned to, so I just really feel like I had a lot of negative feelings flowing out of me and it just stopped by to feed. Never saw a ghost in that house before, and never encountered another in that house before I left. And as a matter of fact, I've never encountered another ghost in my life. But this one really knew how to make an impression. You can believe this or not, but it happened. I got no proof, just my story, and just my memory. Can something attached to me and my pets not notice? I'm not sure if I'm in the right place, but my past 3 nights have been hell. I've recently moved into a new home and I had it cleansed by a close family friend. I do dream pretty frequently, but haven't in this new house for a month that we've been here. That was until 3 days ago. I kinda suspected that maybe we had some slight odd activity, but kinda put it off as nothing as my dog hasn't been acting weird. Started feeling this way maybe a week ago. So 3 days ago I've started having the worst sleep paralysis, nightmare, and lucid dreams of my life. I do have lucid dreams pretty commonly, but more so when I was younger. And also from about 6 to 9 I would almost have sleep paralysis every night. Lots of times where I left my body to look around my house and then came back. They've been all feeling like an odd message. I've every day gotten more violent and gruesome, terrifying. And usually when my dreams get bad, I can tell myself it's a dream and to wake myself up. I haven't been able to find that, exit point. Like tonight I was already wary of falling asleep. So I finally fell asleep at 3:30 a.m. I woke up at 6 a.m. on the dot, screaming and having a panic attack and crying maybe harder than I ever have. That's never happened in my life. So, long story short, I guess I'm asking if it's possible for something to be, attached to me and my pet's not noticing. My dog is sort of an ESA. She didn't even budge or anything. I woke up in a panic and nothing. So I don't know if my mind or everything, if I'm just scared, but I've had my fair share of nightmares throughout my life, but nothing this real, this detailed. Please let me know if you want more details. My paranormal experiences and where I am now. First, I want to start by saying there's some history to my mom's side of the family that I believe enabled many of my experiences when younger. Best way to describe it is that it's a generational curse. My grandma was initially the cursed one, passed to her firstborn daughter. My uterus-holding cousins biologically related to her grandma, my mom, and then me. And from what my grandma told me, there's a crazy lady that dated my grandma's first husband that was a witch. She put a curse or a hex on her back when she was in her 20s. So that would be like the 1960s. But because of this, it actually made us more sensitive, or at least exposed us to more unexplained things. For me, I'm way more sensitive than anybody else in my family. Odd things began when I was only 4 years old. Not much happened then. But the main thing that I remember vividly is a night when I wanted to be with my dad. He was angry, so I didn't get a hug goodnight from him. The first ghost appeared to me that night. A semi-transparent man with no features whatsoever came into my room. He offered me a hug. He didn't say anything, but we shared a connection internally to understand what the others wanted to do. I got a hug from this male entity, and I felt a loving comfort coming from him. It was weird and foreign. Still sticks with me to this day. After this event, nothing else happened in the house. I was raised as a baby and a toddler in it. Upon leaving the house, we moved to a city. That way I could attend a bigger and better school, and not deal with the village-grade school system. The neighborhood was recent, having been made in the 60s. My family bought a house that was like a mansion. At least, a mansion to little me at the time, and, well, I loved running around in it. But it did need a lot of work done. There was ugly green wallpaper and carpet everywhere except for the kitchen and bathrooms. Rotting wood planks in the finished basement. A lot of walls that closed a lot of rooms off. My dad had sort of just started a contracting business right before I was born. So he immediately went to work to add all these renovations to his portfolio. Up came the carpet and the nasty wallpaper. Dad found out the initial walls downstairs were done poorly with uneven drywall, and our huge box TV from the 90s needed a built-in area downstairs in the basement too. So renovations lasted at least 2 years before moving into the home. My parents were told by the previous owner's daughter what happened in the home. He was apparently the first owner. It made my dad more vigorous about renovating and getting rid of the old and decaying wood for a brief backstory, which actually pretty important for the longest and most prominent haunting of this house. The former owner of the house lived there since the house was built with his wife and 2 kids. The kids grew up and moved out, and at some point, his wife passed away. How she died, we don't know. Their daughter didn't tell us, but her death caused the husband to go into a deep depression and drink himself unconscious almost every night. He would also hoard like crazy. And all of this happened in what is now our family room in the basement. At first, during the renovations, nothing seemed to happen. I started to feel uneasy in the basement. I didn't even want to be in it during the summer months, even though it was the best place to be if you were sweating. But soon I was in the basement a lot in that designated guest bedroom because that room felt safest to me in the basement. So I'd watch television in there and go across the hallway into the designated playroom where my parents kept storage and all my bulky toys that couldn't fit into my bedroom. So I was fine in these 2 spaces, but the family room just creeped me out. Being a pretty tight-knit family, my parents made a tradition when I was little. Friday game or movie night. We did it in the family room since that had the best space or biggest television. So along with this exposure to them, sort of uneasy room, I also wasn't the best at making friends. I had depression by age 9. It wasn't really noticeable, but my parents saw I wasn't really interacting or inviting friends over much due to it. This continued when I got to middle school, but now I just brushed it off as creep factor. And it was just in the basement a lot, and I watched TV and drew lots, and I loved drawing. I also moved into the basement, the guest room, and my bedroom swapping spots. So 2 things happened, paranormal-wise. The first is in the actual family room. I usually sat in the far corner furthest from the hallway, sharing the same wall. I would just mind my own business, watch TV, or look at my drawing pad, and often I'd feel a presence in that conjunction of the room and hallway. Sometimes I'd see the figure of a tall man standing there watching me. I could feel his eyes on me, and it always unnerved me. I never told my parents. I'd fear that they'd, find me insane. The man always disappeared when I turned my head to look there, but I could feel him. He even was there when I played on my Nintendo Wii, and that was put in the basement. Even at my birthday parties, we'd use the basement for sleeping bags, and the dogs were with us most of the time. Our first pair, like a brother and sister, would eye on the spot. Or next to, the other golden retriever would look and kind of guard, whoever was closest to that conjunction. That was while our rescue mutt would sometimes growl at the spot. It was a presence that would never leave. And he never left that spot. It was his spot. He didn't come into my bedroom, but other things seemed to appear in there. My basement bedroom, which I'm still in today, had some, white shimmers that would appear at random. And I'd like to note that I'm one of those people who need it pitch black to sleep. So these lights that would randomly appear in my room did keep me awake. Sometimes I felt somebody watching me, sometimes looming over me. Never lasted that long. I liked the darkness because it meant I couldn't see what it was. Visuals scare me more than the unknown. I felt this because, well, I had a mirror from the 1930s in my bedroom, pretty old and built in the way that spirits like to teleport and travel. Add on the psychic kid who's going to sleep and boom, spirits are going to come and bother that kid because, well, they want to be seen. I dealt with these experiences all the time. The presence downstairs became depressive, made my depression worse through the years. I also dealt with other odd sounds that I'd soon confirm my dad was hearing too. And he's a major skeptic, only attended church to appease my mom. He and I both would hear what sounded like an old radio talk show late at night. And if in the basement, it sounded like it was in the upstairs living room right above the family room. And if you were in the upstairs living room and heard it, it sounded like it came from the family room. My dad and I tried everything to try to debunk this. We even tripped over a word. We never found an answer. The only radio in the house was a huge stereo system above our TV downstairs. We would know if it was on due to the high frequency it always emitted, and this continued on and on. My dad and I didn't know what to do, and soon my mom came out about feeling someone in her basement, and that's when I told her of my experiences. And from that point onward, they told me of the previous owner, which explained the presence in the basement. It was him at that conjunction. His depression of missing his wife was filling the atmosphere. But even with knowing this, it still wasn't the worst. I'd like to now note that the warnings I stated at the beginning will now start from here on. Once I entered 8th grade, my cousin, who I'm going to call Eliza, moved in with us. She was my mom's niece, so biologically related to her grandmother. I believe the curse really hit Eliza. At age 7, a family friend in her home state, they sort of essayed her, caused Eliza's problems. She was still dealing with them. Well, she moved in with us for rehab. Her state has better rehab than hers. Eliza had anorexia as well, and she was an alcoholic. She weighed less than me, so 50 pounds versus 70 pounds, and was my same height. She and I were very close, and just as a note during her stay with my parents and me. Anyway, when she moved in, the paranormal activity changed for the worse. I'd wake up with unknown cuts and scratches. Animals would die more often than on our last property. My dad's truck started to have a lot of issues, and I swear something was stalking me everywhere I went. Another important part of the information for this is that I also was losing faith at the time, questioning my beliefs and unsure of what I should do. We'd even started smelling rotten eggs at random times in this house, which was quite odd. This would go on and off as Eliza would go back to her home state to live with her boyfriend and then back with us. This activity didn't happen when she left, only when she was with us. And at one point my mom, just being the devotee, she's pretty Christian, so she believed that it was a demon that was following Eliza that was now also targeting me. Like I was starting to act similar to Eliza with poor eating habits and losing a lot of weight. I also had a very terrifying experience in our own backyard. I was just on the swing set. It was getting dark out, and I was swinging and listening to music on my MP3 player. It's been something I've been doing since I was 6, and even still do at, age 23. But during this night, I felt a hand press on my back, and the next thing I knew, I was flying through the air. I almost hit the rocks that build our fire pit. It's only 10 feet from my custom swing set. Custom. I was unable to move for quite a while. I think 3 songs went by before I could even muster the strength to get up due to the hard impact. It's like frozen ground. Got inside, told my mom about the experience. A while after, I was outside again after dark and I saw a full-body apparition. I still remember it to this day. A white man with a big belly and a white shirt, like a logger type of a hat with suspenders and worker's jeans. It appeared by the stairs of my playhouse turned storage shed, which the swing set was built onto. The apparition was in a gray scale of white to blue and gave off very angry energy. It scared the crap out of me. Jumped off my swing, ran indoors, and also recounted this to my mom as well. So, one day recounted by my mom as a heads up, she challenged whatever was messing with my cousin and me. She was yelling at it to stop harming me and Eliza, since Eliza and I both confided to her the strange activity that we would see. Usually this black mass in the corner of our vision. When she was done shouting, she told me she heard this deep, garbled, and threatening voice speaking in what she called pig Latin. Once it was done speaking to her, the smell of rotten eggs came back, and the shower she was taking turned to black water. Freaked her the hell out. Yeah. Sadly, after this happened, my cousin went back home again, and this time Eliza never came back. A family friend called us to inform us that her boyfriend had found her collapsed in a shared home, having died from alcohol poisoning. That night when she died, I woke up at around 2 a.m. to my huge world map falling off my bedroom wall and floating on top of me on my bed, which I later found out was the time she had died. So before her funeral, my mom had a paranormal experience of her lamplight flickering while she played for Eliza. Turned into a conversation with the spirit, like a yes or no system used with flashlights and investigations. It was Eliza, according to the conversation, saying that she was okay and moving on. My mom shared that at the funeral, which was done at Eliza's home. It was heartbreaking, but it was comforting knowing Eliza gave a message to me and my mom. Even if mine was merely my map being ripped off my wall and tossed onto me. Either way, her spirit doing this is, well, more comforting and pretty happy experience. It meant that she was no longer in pain. But after this, whatever was clinging to her was now in her house, and even following me to school. Whatever this was visible to every other cousin. Not even, like, biologically related to my grandma, like only my grandpa. What are these people saying? It showed itself visibly as a fallen angel-type teenage boy to us in my bedroom, sort of fitting the appeal of our emo selves liking at the time. My friend and I got hurt. The cousin with me at the time I know, Gecko, this is slightly confusing. My friend and I got hurt, and the cousin with me at the time was just a beginner, which, they were working with crystals, so she didn't know what to do at the time to deal with this thing, and while my cousin did give me clear quartz to trap it in my closet, but it really didn't do anything except give me a little bit of comfort due to the discomfort it caused the entity. So after all of this, with the increase in the activity, my mom found a priest who did blessings. He came along with a psychic who would tell him, where more holy water was needed in the home. But what really freaked me out was that the psychic, what they told me. She told me I was psychic myself, but untrained. And on top of it all, she said a murder had happened on the property, about 100 years ago, back when the area was an abandoned tree farm. I still have to go to the library to confirm this, but her saying this did freak me and my parents out. And I believe the apparition in the backyard is one of the people involved in the murder. I kind of feel it too, but can't tell if he was the one killed or the killer himself. But after this blessing, things calmed down. I had a pretty decent rest of high school, save for the drama as usual, and a car crash that nearly killed me in my senior year. Dark outside, and the person who hit me didn't have headlights on. No real paranormal activity except outside. Usually random things traveling the creek that goes through a property and trying to enter through her back door and try to communicate with me. A lot of the stuff I experienced then was visions, like quick flashes of the entities trying to reach me, but couldn't due to the barrier and the blessing still had in the home. So by senior year, I was now agnostic, no longer Christian. I just knew now fear was what seemed to let harmful entities take me over. If strong in your belief system, no matter what it is, just don't let fear take you over. That's just a quick tip. Soon the blessing did wear off, though, and things would get in. It was mostly them sneaking in our sliding door that was in the half-immersed basement. I could feel the pathway they'd make, from the back door through the pool room, shared with the family room down the hallway into my bedroom. I quickly learned of the salt trick, kept these uneasy spirits away, along with me saying that you're not welcome in the bedroom a few times a week. That would be when I would shut the door behind me to go to bed. This worked for those spiritual situations, and I stuck with it. The weird radio noise began again, and of course, my dad and I looked for the source. But considering it was just noise and not harmful, and I really don't mind it anymore. The other spirit never came back, and I believe the psychic and priest helped me, so activities now like doable to handle, you could say. I just redid the salt lines, and whenever my mom vacuumed and swept the basement. Again, triggering topics are on the section below. It's kept pretty vague, but still might be triggering for some, so you've been warned. I thought I'd just have a slightly paranormal life while in this house with my parents. That's how it was until the summer of 2018. I started having really weird dreams. At first, it wasn't really distinguishable enough to tell what was happening other than being like a male presence in the dream. But after a few and me having a lot of sickly episodes, they started to reveal more adult activities. I thought maybe it's just my body saying I need something, and thought nothing of it, but I hated how drained and sick I felt during the day after one of these dreams. Soon enough, my current boyfriend and I broke up. Soon, I was dating somebody new. About 6 months into dating the new guy, I'm gonna call my partner Rye for this. I have a dream again like the previous ones, but now it felt very, very real. The male in the dream was not Rye, and instead had it, set up to be a scandalous person, like Rye shouldn't know I'm doing this. I panicked in the dream and refused whatever it was because I had my own control in the dream. And that's when I saw this man's face, contorted and ugly and angry at me. He seemed to warp into something keener to a medieval-like monster, came after me, and I fled. That's when I woke up and felt burns on my skin. I just waited to calm down and went back to sleep. When I woke up that morning, I got ready, I looked where I felt the burns from the first wake-up. It was scabbed over. It was inflamed. I know it wasn't me. I had my methods of stopping my turning with a very heavy-weighted blanket. It was still the entire night. I also avoid itching myself when in bed because of, not wanting to accidentally bleed into my white sheets. I knew then that these dreams were caused by some entity or spirit, which I didn't know was an incubus until I got help from friends who studied demonology. I immediately took their advice and bought a necklace with a protective crystal and also put salt under my pillow. Stopped the dreams. But the dreams would reappear again in 2019 when Ryan and I decided to do the college apartment together for our junior year. We'd spend the night in my apartment a lot since mine had a full bed and his apartment had 2 twins. One for him and one for a friend that he roomed with. Plus, he was my neighbor thanks to our planning. So I forgot to bring the salt with me. Thought nothing of it. I had dreams of somebody pretending to be Rye trying to R-word me and force me into things I didn't want to do. I grabbed my salt in a Ziploc, did my usual method at home, and I was sleeping fine again. But Ryan wasn't looking good. I asked him what was wrong, and he told me that he was having strange dreams. I don't remember them well, but it was basically what was happening to me, but a male forcing themselves onto Rye in his dreams. Rye is also very sturdy and Slavic and Greek, almost always happy and jolly, and these dreams made him become moody, which was almost a concern of mine. I told him basically all of my experiences, and it made everything click for him. He and I both realized this thing wasn't able to get at me because of the salt in the necklace, so it preyed on Rye, who slept right next to me in our apartment. So he got salt underneath his pillow, also made his own talisman when he got home and went to a blacksmith's forge with his younger brother. So that talisman and the salt are his protectors now. This thing's come and gone many times. I've been able to fight it off with my new spiritual methods. When COVID hit and we had to move back to our homes, because the campus was shutting down due to how extreme it was in our state, We took our stuff and our families' respective homes. Rye and I were together our senior year when the campus opened again, but very restricted due to COVID. We kept the same thing, now living in the same apartment as it was cheaper instead of the solo campus apartments. We had some stuff happen, and I sensed ghosts, but it was minuscule. We weren't near where the historical murder happened in that apartment building on campus. The 5th floor was super haunted. But we were on the 1st floor, so life goes on. Again, just small bumps. Graduated, and I've started my job in a field that sadly doesn't really pay much, so I'm with my parents still. Since then, it's been little things. I've actually become a witch in 2022 and have dealt with the Incubus again. But it can't really get me with the spell work I've done to keep him at bay. I have ghosts in the house all the time now. They've broken things. They're nice ghosts, as I did a permission type thing saying friendly ones can enter, but malicious ones cannot. Kind of feels like the Grand Central Station for ghosts sometimes. But they just do their thing and I tell them to stop breaking and poking at things. I don't want something to set my dad off. This may all just sound weird too, but I just had a feeling to share this with, paranormal stuff can shape someone's life, right? I once was a fearful Christian. Now I'm a casual witch who just does healing work, letting passed on people move to their next chapter, breaking the generational curse and hex the jealous lady put on my grandma. Others in the family too, perhaps. I'm still trying to figure out, which it is, but I'm pretty unsure. Kind of excited for future paranormal events because it's a new life and oddities are now fun encounters. How to handle something mimicking voices. So I've noticed this happening in my home for at least maybe 4 or so years. There's voices of either my parents or pets that I hear, and they're not there. While one was simply my mom's voice soothing her most recent dog, which I believe was a ghost in the house that doesn't like him barking, so they kind of mimicked my mom to calm the mama's boy. Almost all other mimic encounters are outside and at nighttime. For location help, I'm in Michigan, just a bit south of where the Ottawa tribes would have been way back in the day. I know there's paranormal beings that I won't mention by name, but I'm unsure all the tribes, besides the obvious Navajo. These mimics outside have mimicked our current dog, my dad yelling out in pain, and one they still do, my dog that passed in 2020. They know I loved her dearly, would run to open the door and get her if she barked. And that instinct is still there. Makes me fearful for her little brother we rescued a year after her passing. It's hard to keep an eye on him at night for nighttime potties. He's a black dog. What could be causing this, and what protections can I do as a medium and witch myself for my family home and current dog? Cousins passing in return. So I'm adding to this story due to seeing a wholesome post in here that reminded me of my experience. Back when I was 14, my cousin moved in with my parents, and due to her state not having a good rehab, my mom helped a lot with getting rehab for alcoholism, trying to help her with her anorexia. Too busy wondering if I was reading the same story. Same author, slightly different thing. So now spiritually, a lot of messed up stuff was happening when she lived with us. It was an all-out hell. Even after we dealt with those issues, she was moved back to her home state. We thought all was calm. Well, it wasn't. She relapsed and ended up dying of alcohol poisoning. At the time she died, my 5x3 poster in my bedroom was ripped off the wall and it woke me. I'm a hard sleeper as well, and a noise like this I usually sleep through. For me, this was her spirit saying, "Hey, I'm free. I'm telling you now." We got the news that morning that she had passed at 3 a.m., and that's how I made the connection to my poster as my old digital clock had read 3 a.m. during that incident. That was my experience of her saying that she was free and okay. But she didn't stop there. She also visited my mom while my mom was working in the celebration of life paperwork to have at her grandparents' place for her and my immediate family, and grandparents helped her way more than her parents actually did. Didn't get that either. The lights flickered in my mom's bedroom as she stopped. She paused and went, "Lily, is that you?" The flicker happened immediately again. Making sure it wasn't an electrical fluke, my mom waited a bit before asking another question. "You all right?" Same flicker. "Is this goodbye?" Same flicker again. My mom started bawling and felt phantom arms on her for a moment before it faded. While her spirit never came back, I know that she's watching us from where her spirit is now. It's heartwarming to know that she stopped by one more time as a ghost before passing on to the afterlife. My paranormal experience. This is my paranormal experience from back in 2017 or 2016. So it was the day of one of my brother's birthdays. It was in December, but it was sunny that day, and it was like a little party in our house. Well, the house was 2 stories, but pretty small, with only like 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. They were arranged in a small L-shaped hallway with a bathroom at the end of the 2 bedrooms. Me, my mother, and my sister next to each other, and my 1 bedroom at the top of the steps, and my brother's. The room I'm about to talk about is my sister's, which is next to the bathroom. So during this party, we were served cake. I'm a huge loner, so I went upstairs while everybody stayed downstairs. Decided to eat my cake on the banister. It was a really thick banister, you could lay on it. To face my mom and my sister's room. My sister's bedroom door was cracked, but it was open enough to where you'd see a part of her wall and her broken closet door. But the room was basically empty with just an airbed near the window. I was laying on the banister on my belly facing the bathroom eating. That was until I saw a tall body speed walk past in my sister's room. It was huge. Now, I believe ghosts ever since I gained consciousness, but during this moment I wasn't thinking of anything scary. I was just eating cake on the banister. After that, I quickly jumped down the steps, not even paying attention to how high the fall was. That's how spooky it was. I had my adrenaline pumping, y'all. Still, to this day, my main family just talk about paranormal stories in that house. Now that I'm older, every time this comes to my mind, I start to think, well, maybe it was just a heat flash, or maybe the closet door. But mind you guys, the door was still during that whole moment. It was a hottish day, but I was chilling in a nice, weird way to rate temperature. Apparently, he was chilling in a nice temperature upstairs. Who says that? So I really can't think what this could have been. I have so many scary experiences in that house that even thinking about it now, it's making my heart pound and really want to believe it's something normal, but I don't know how. I know no one was upstairs, so what if I was at that moment right now and I knew it was going to happen? I'll just get up and see just to calm my nerves. I have a ghost in my house, in my room. From 2010 to 2013, I lived in a house that I'm currently living in now. For context, my dad's job moved us around a lot. We kept the house and returned it back at the end of 2021. We've been back since. There's something in this house that's been here longer than I have. Wanted to share my thoughts and some small stories about it. I think something happened in the upstairs of this house before my parents bought it. The house was built in 2004 and we bought it in 2010. So we're the second people to have owned this house. Most of the activity always seemed to be based up here, although there was one time my mom had her hair yanked when she was doing dishes downstairs. I've had TVs turned on by themselves at different times, and one in my room and one by the loft. Both of the remotes were out of reach. The one in my room was on my dresser. I was sitting on my bed when the TV turned on by itself. The one in the loft is the one of those couch compartments. And I should note that the loft in my current room, like it's used to be the guest room like the 2010s, are right next to each other. My cousins all hated the guest room when we were kids. None of them ever wanted to go inside it. They always said something felt off in there. Nowadays, my current room doesn't have the same off feeling that it once did, but weird things still have happened since I moved into this room after coming back. I felt a hand gently threading through my hair when I tried to fall asleep. The touch was light, like fingertips of a hand were gently gliding over my hair. I was honestly too tired to really react. I've had my clock, one of those alarm clocks, rotated like significantly from its usual spot. Come back from the bathroom in the middle of the night to see my clock would be typically faced outward towards my room was now facing my bed. Calmly ask whatever was listening not to move my things and then to go back to sleep. My mom's office space is a section of the loft, and her space is against the wall that I share with the loft. She said that there was one time at maybe 7 or 8 a.m. when she heard my office chair squeaking. For context, this chair squeaks incredibly loudly, like whenever you lean back against it in the slightest. My mom said it was consistent squeaking. My mom hates the squeaking, so thinking I was awake, she opened my door and found me asleep in bed. I was in that half-conscious mode, If I opened my eyes, I'll be in a wake-up state, but her opening the door is what got me to really actually wake up. That entire incident was weird for a number of reasons, but mostly because I didn't hear any squeaking right before she came into my room, but my mom swears that there was. Another odd thing happened back in May of this year. I typically sleep with my door shut. My door takes a bit of effort to open because it occasionally gets stuck. It was probably around 2 a.m. and I heard a very low but a very loud growl. Thinking that it was like a scene from Paranormal Activity in 2007 where they got startled by the demonic screech and the crash that follows. I think it's night number 13 when that scene is. That's what it sounded like. Now, I typically would have blamed it on a noise coming from outside. However, my window was shut and I have shutters and blocks a lot of the noise. The sound I heard sounded low enough to be inside the house. Well, nothing happened after, and I decided to just go to sleep at that point, but wake up at about 8 a.m., my door's partially open. Asked my parents if they had entered the room at any time, thought that they came in and forgot to close the door. My dad, who's typically up at 6 a.m., said no, and he did question why my door was open when he got up, though. Even my mom was weirded out, but she wasn't responsible for my door being open. And I should note that we had the house blessed in 2010 when we first moved in and experiences did happen. But those are stories for another day. We didn't get the house blessed when we moved back in 2021, and I don't think my room is the most haunted area of the house. I believe that's the loft for various reasons, but I might make another post about that one. But whatever this spirit is, I don't think it's entirely evil. No one's ever been attacked. Nobody's been startled or unsettled. Well, maybe. But nothing demonic has ever really happened, and the activity is so small and not aggressive that it makes me believe I'm not dealing with something bad. So about a month ago, I spoke about the weird things that have happened in my room, and the loft, I think, is the area of the house that has the most activity. There's a pony wall that overlooks the hallway. And when I was a kid, I used to hate coming out of my room at night because I'd have to go into that hallway, and it always felt like something me from that loft. For context, coming out of the bathroom makes you look directly at the loft. I remember on a few occasions there used to be a tall shadow figure that even in complete darkness I could make out, and he would watch me. It was sometimes a solid black mass darker than everything around it. Other times it was more of a wispy, transparent darkness. It wouldn't do anything, just watch. My brain would tell me to stay alert. It wasn't dangerous, but it very much felt like it wasn't supposed to be there. Anxiety would sometimes feel like it was trying to sneak a cookie from a cookie jar and not wanting to get caught by your mom. Other times it would feel like a desperate race to get from point A to point B because the longer I was out of my room, the more anxious I felt. 2 days after moving back into the house in 2021, my brother had come out of the bathroom in the morning and looked into the loft to see something standing there looking at him. He wasn't sure what it was, but he thought it was me. It wasn't. I was dead asleep in the air mattress downstairs at the time, but I saw this figure. When I'd gotten up, he told me what he had seen. I just somehow knew my brother had seen the same figure. The same one I had, he lived there before. We went back upstairs and I told him to stay in the hallway while I walked over to the loft and stood off to the right in the middle of the pony wall. That way it would look like I was more on the left when coming in from the bathroom. And this is where you saw it, wasn't it? He just looked kind of weirded out by the point that it was indeed the exact same spot. Apparently he never saw the figure when he lived in his house before. Since then, I've had at times felt that same discomfort I felt as a kid when I ventured into the loft at night, to either close the blinds or to grab a board game. Wave a guest over. Just that warning feeling that I'm somewhere that I shouldn't be. Sometimes I feel like I'm being watched or I'm hanging out there just to watch a movie. I'm not the only one who's felt this way. I've had an older, cousin tell my mom about the shadow figure in the loft. My mom told me that he came over to her and told her that he saw someone, I guess just something upstairs. Don't know if it was a monster or an apparition, but... Last year, my cousin and her husband stayed the night. They slept in the loft since we didn't have a guest room anymore. My cousin had trouble sleeping. I asked her if she felt like there was someone just watching her. She said yes, and she also said she didn't like watching through the hallway at night. Described it as a weird feeling, not like she was in danger, but just off. Almost unsettling, as if whatever was watching her didn't want her there. My younger cousin spent the night at the house as well. A few times, most recent the first weekend of June, we typically do a slumber party in my room when she sleeps over. She hates walking past the loft at night, which to get into the room you kind of have to. Says that there's just something creepy in the loft that makes her feel like she just needs to move as fast as possible to avoid it. And the last story is one that I wasn't really here for. But to me, it's the creepiest one about the loft. It was I guess you could just say that it was what my mom told me. It takes place in 2010's time period of living there. My mom, my aunt, my cousin, my aunt's daughter, and my cousin's aunt, my aunt's sister, and my brother were hanging out downstairs in the living room. The living room is located right underneath the loft space. They're chatting amongst themselves, talking about plans for the future holidays, and just casually chatting them. It's a pretty ordinary thing, you could say, and a very heavy thud suddenly comes from above them, shaking the house like if somebody had knocked like an 80-pound bowling ball off a high shelf. My mom thought it had been my brother's doing it first. My brother was a toddler during this time, thinking that he had knocked something over in his room. She assumed it had been his TV. It was one of those big square TVs that you could feel the static from and had built-in DVD player. It wasn't him and it wasn't the TV. He'd been sitting in my aunt's lap just completely oblivious. My cousin had asked my mom if we had any bowling balls in the house, and we did, and it was in the garage in a box in the corner. My aunt asked if something had fallen over, perhaps the tall lamp that we had in the loft. My aunt's sister argued that a lamp wouldn't have made that heavy of a thud. They would have heard broken glass, but they didn't. My aunt argued that the carpet that was upstairs likely would have softened the impact. They would continue throwing out ideas for what fell and what could have been heavy enough to make such a noise until my mom eventually went upstairs and found everyone so uneasy that nothing had been knocked over. Nothing was moved or out of place. None of them could explain it. The Ghost Friend Mackie. It all started in 2016 when I moved into an apartment in New Brunswick with my daughter. My daughter's name is Haley Ann. They were just 2 years old at the time. A few months after we settled in, I overheard her talking in her room. I went in and asked, "Who are you talking to?" She pointed to her bed and said, "It's Mackie, sitting there." I froze, unsure of how to respond, and simply walked away trying to process what I just heard. A few days later, while visiting my mom, I saw Haley Ann just playing on a little slide. I noticed her wave her hand as if saying no, but there wasn't anyone there. She came running over to me, looking concerned, and mentioned, Mackie, but didn't really elaborate. Later that night, I asked her what Mackie looked like. She told me that he was 4 years old and had bobos. When I was asking for more details, she looked beside her and said he was sick. He has tubes coming from his arms. Then she ran off, leaving me unsettled. One night I heard her crying softly, saying, "Mackie, don't sing that song, it scares me." She woke up screaming, claiming Mackie's on the wall, crawling. He's scaring me. The next morning, as I headed to the laundry room, I saw a dark figure just wearing a black hat that looked like a cowboy's hat. It had reached my limit. My downstairs neighbor, who was Native American, kindly offered to smudge my apartment. After that, things quieted down. In 2020, I decided to move to another apartment just up the road. A few months after moving in, Haley-Ann discovered the bathroom, which had an old-style 3-panel mirror. She'd open the side mirrors and talk to the reflection of the middle one. When I asked her what she was doing, she replied, "Talking to my friends in the mirror, Mom." Thought it was a bit odd, but didn't think much of it at the time. However, she began spending more time in there. One day I heard her say, "Can't wait for you to meet my baby sister when she comes. I'll show you her." At that point, I was pregnant with her sister, Hazel. After hearing that, I decided that she was no longer allowed to play in the bathroom. About a year later, I moved to a better place in Devon. After 3 years of living there, strange occurrences began again. One day, my kids and I heard a woman singing "You Are My Sunshine." It was unsettling when she started whispering it directly into my children's ears. It felt like something was mimicking us. One day, I distinctly heard my daughter screaming, "Mom!" I instinctively responded, but then it hit me that she was at a friend's house. One night, while sitting in my living room, my dog began to stare intensely at the mirror. It was odd, but he didn't seem to be looking at his own reflection. He seemed to be looking forward to tomorrow's episode of Paranormal M. Welcome to Paranormal M, your portal to the world of the supernatural and strange. Subscribe and activate notifications so you never miss out on our latest ghostly episodes. Brace yourself for a chilling adventure. First time I experienced something paranormal, and I'm a non-believer. I'm a nurse, and in my 30 years of existence, I've not experienced something paranormal until last night. I'm on my second night shift. I was sitting in our station. The window's behind my back. In front of me was my fellow nurse and a nursing aide. I was busy charting when suddenly I heard somebody whispered, "Psst," behind me. I immediately looked to the window behind me where I thought the sound was coming from. I wondered who would dare to do that. You're on the second floor and it's 1:30 a.m. My colleagues were confused as they looked at me. I asked them if they had heard somebody whisper. They said they didn't. I heard it clear as day, like there was a person behind me. So I got up, went to the window to look. There's nobody down there. It's already the back of the hospital where the electrical room and morgue is. I'm a person who wishes to see ghosts, although my friends and family say it's dangerous that I'm wishing for it. I'm a pretty skeptical person. I love horror movies, and I always watch it alone in cinemas. I love the thrill that it gives me. I just recently joined Reddit, and all the groups I joined here are all the paranormal stories. I always read horror stuff here. It makes me sleepy. Anyway, after what happened last night, I realized that I've been seeing shadows lately in my peripheral vision during my shifts in the hospital. I've never really given them much attention. But last night was a mystery to me. I'm still a skeptic, though. I still think that there was a person below the window who did that. My dad possibly trying to communicate. But this and seeing a UFO when I was 10 years old, they're the only things I can think of at the moment that I've gotten to experience. But when my dad passed away in 2012, it was a very trying time. But we got through it okay, I thought. But within a month or so, I kept getting woke up by what felt like somebody grabbing my toes or my foot. It probably happened at least 4 or 5 different times. That's how my dad used to wake me up for school when I was younger. I was probably 40 years old when my dad passed, so he'd not woke me up like that for well over 25 years. Then I asked my mom, who said that she'd been woken similarly after I'd mentioned it some months, maybe years later. I was really hesitant to mention it to her, because she doesn't believe in anything. She still doesn't even believe that dinosaurs ever existed. So I was somewhat shocked when, well, she said she was experiencing a very similar thing. It really wasn't scary at all. especially when I remembered that was how my dad had always woke me up. But if any of you have ever had anything to add to what I've experienced, well, I'd appreciate hearing from you guys. I know many of you are dealing with so much more scary types of paranormal events. I've been following the show, the secret Skinwalker Ranch, and some of the hitchhiker experiences for some of these people. They're beyond frightening. If you guys don't follow this show, and you like learning about these things, you may really want to watch and read a few of their super crazy happenings, or high strangeness, as the owner of the ranch likes to call it. Also, it shows how dark apparitions and UFOs go hand in hand. Well, thanks for reading my story. Hope you all remember God is always there for you. Something playing with my hair. When I was 19, I fell asleep on the living room couch of my apartment. Kind of started to wake up because I could see the light from the sun starting to come up. It was still very early in the morning. I remember I clearly heard defined footsteps. They were right outside my door. These were the kind of apartments with thin walls. The footsteps stopped right at my door, and I remember thinking, oh no, maybe I left my keys in the door. I thought maybe a neighbor was about to knock and inform me. But the next thing I knew, I heard heavy breathing like above my head. That's when I started to panic. I realized I'm fully awake now, but I pretended to be asleep because I legitimately thought somebody was inside my apartment behind me breathing. Then whatever it was started to rub the top of my head lightly and play with my hair. I was so scared I started to sweat and I was trying to figure out my next move. Then I started to feel my own breath coming back into my face, like there was a hand about to cover my mouth, if that makes sense. That's when I started to pray in my head, asking for strength to get up and fight this person. I honestly didn't know what else to do. Eventually it stopped, and I got the courage to finally get up. And there's just nobody there. Checked the whole apartment. Nada. Such a wildly creepy experience. Who is Robbie? Not me, but my cousin. When my cousin was around 4 years old, he lived in an old house with my aunt and his brother. They were 2 years older than him. My aunt had gone through a rough divorce and was a single mom at the time, as she didn't have a consistent boyfriend. Her ex-boyfriend had no custody of the kids. Raising 2 little kids with their income at the time wasn't easy. They often struggled to make ends meet. That being said, she had a busy work schedule, and my grandmother would pick up the older cousin up from school in the afternoon and watch the younger one. That's who this story's about, and that's during the day. On the weekends, my aunt was home with my cousins. She wanted to spend as much time with her kids as she could. My younger cousin, Matthew, who was usually very active, didn't seem interested in playing with his brother or her. Instead, he would spend hours in his room or in the yard just talking to himself. At first, my aunt thought nothing of it, as a lot of kids talk to themselves when they play. But his was somehow different. It sounded like he was having a full-on conversation with someone for hours every day. A few times my aunt asked him who he was talking to. He didn't really give her an answer, just ignoring her or shrugging. And one day, as a special treat, my aunt took my cousins to the public pool, which, mind you, they both usually loved. But when they got through the gates, Matthew's brother jumped right in. Matthew was slow to get ready and was avoiding the water. Eventually, my aunt said, "Matthew, don't you want to go in the pool?" And when he said no, she got frustrated with him. She told him that she had paid good money for those pool passes, and if he didn't go in the water, they'd be coming back. But she didn't get the reaction from him. Trying to slowly walk him into the pool, my aunt took his hand and took him to the stairs leading down into the pool. Right as the water began to touch his toes, Matthew just basically threw a fit. And I mean screaming, kicking, crying. Parents' nightmare. It should be noted that Matthew's taken swimming lessons and had no problems with it. The water was shallow anyway, so there was no clear reason that he should have been scared to go in. And by this point, my aunt was fed up with his behavior, a little concerned. Took him back to the chair and tried to get him to stop wailing and tell her what was going on. Eventually, he just spit out, "I promised I wouldn't because Robbie drowned." And by this point, my aunt was getting scared because she didn't know anybody by the name. Matthew was obviously terrified. Matthew wasn't in school yet. Spent most of the day with his grandmother. So she decided to ask her if she knew of any of the kids that would know or if she knew anybody at all with that name. She replied that she didn't. She asked my older cousin if he had any friends by that name, maybe that he might talk about to Matthew. He also said no. My aunt then asked Matthew where he met Robbie, and he said that he had met them at their house, which only freaked my aunt out more. So she consulted my great-grandfather, who was a World War II vet, was known for his knowledge of local history. She asked him about the house they lived in and told him the boy's name. My great-grandfather's creeped out then, too, but he remembered the little boy around his age by that name and had lived in that house or very nearby at least. They had drowned in a body of water not far away from there. Although he lived in a neighboring town as a kid, and his father had been part of the rescue mission, and he remembered all the commotion. Now my great-grandfather had a spectacular memory, so I don't doubt what he remembers. Needless to say, my aunt moved out of that house and back in with the grandmother. Matthew never spoke of Robbie again. The dog on the picnic table. I was going to use a throwaway just to post this, but unfortunately the minimum comment required on this sub kind of prohibited me from doing that. So if you know me in this story, please keep scrolling. I'm literally begging you. So this experience occurred about 6 years ago. I was during the spring break of my freshman year of high school. I was on a camping trip with my dad at a state park in Oregon. This particular trip was pretty unusual because we had a truck camper and we were in a pretty heavily peopled and domesticated area. Our usual sites of choice lay deep in the woods, oft-disguised logging rows and game trails. We liked and continued to like camping where other people don't tread. Feels more wild. Anyway, we're at this super busy state park. It's got horse riding trails, good fishing, good proximity to the nearest town. You could get to the town within about 30 minutes of walking. The park was on a river. We just had to follow a trail along the river to get to a bridge that led to town. You could get on the trail with a car, and you'd have to do it from the other end. The entry point near the park was blocked by a gate. There were houses along the trail. So me and my dad get there and decide to explore this trail by walking to get groceries in town. The day we get there, we set up our camper. We begin our walk on the trail. The first thing we noticed about 5 minutes in was about how eerie the houses were. I'm talking real Winchester house shit, like Resident Evil 7 type stuff. Pretty much every house looked like it had been built like piecemeal on top of itself. A couple had those weird loudspeaker setups, and more than a few were lit up exclusively by Christmas lights hanging from animal bones. Sounds almost overly comically creepy, but that's how it was. About halfway down the trail, we come across a property that lies in a clearing alongside a bend in the trail. It's a very large property with a very large clearing. One small ranch-style home surrounded by a wooden fence, and in the center were, like, picnic table. Scattered across the edges of the wooden fence were, weirdly enough, like shipping containers. Like the metal kind, the kind you ship on semi-trucks and commercial liners. The entire area enclosed by this fence is positively filled to bursting with a ton of incredibly loud animals. There's several goats, a horse, many chickens, a rooster, a couple of pigs, 2 pit bulls. I remember the dogs very vividly, because one of them was dragging its hind legs behind it. You know how some breeds of dogs sort of pinch their spine when they jump down from heights too many times? It kind of paralyzes them. That's exactly what had happened to that dog. He'd sprinted up to me and my dad and just barked at us. So this walk, I guess, goes fine. We go into town, get some groceries, and the walk back goes smoothly. But the next day we realized that we'd forgotten a couple of minor grocery items. Then making the weird walk again sounded appealing, so we decided to head back into the town again. But this time when we reached that large property in that clearing, it was completely empty. Dead silent. Anybody who's ever been around animals, especially chickens, they'll tell you that they're rarely ever that quiet. Definitely not during the day. Plus, again, the yard was empty. Except for an object that was sitting on the top of that picnic table. When we first came to the property, my dad said, "Whoa, look at that sculpture." We just assumed it was some sort of art. It appeared to be a very large dog, black and shiny like obsidian, but oddly polygonal. Like one of the characters in Superhot. It had a long, skinny pyramid for a snout and large, pointy ears. There are no eyes to speak of. But as we kept walking, we realized that its head was following us, like it was looking at us and tracking our movement. And that realization that it, had us in its sights was the scariest moment of my life. I'm genuinely unable to convey how scary that moment was. It felt like if this thing wanted to kill me, my dad could have done it in an instant. It felt like I was being watched and assessed by something so definitely and infinitely more lethal than me that my only recourse was to run as fast as I could. There is absolutely no fight in this fight-or-flight scenario. I felt like a deer that had just realized I was looking at a cougar. So we keep walking, try to make conversation, but at this point we're both so scared that we just kind of side-eyed this thing while walking and mumbling to each other. We felt like if we looked at it too long, it would get wise and just kill us. But it didn't. We made it safely to the store. We were in this stupor while we were walking, almost like a trance. When we passed that property on our way back, though, it was completely filled with those animals again, literally not even 20 minutes later, and every single animal that we had seen the day before was there again. We left that day. Neither of us could stomach the idea of sleeping in that place for another night. I have no idea what I saw, and I've been told it could have been a demon, an evil spirit, or an alien, or even much more mundane things like a black bear or a garden variety dog. But nothing matches the description of what I saw or the fear I felt when I saw it. I didn't sleep right for weeks. I apologize for how long-winded and undigestible the story is, but putting it into writing already feels wrong, and trying to streamline it would be like pulling teeth. If anybody's had any experiences that resemble this, please leave a comment. Never met anybody with an experience like this. Kinda drives me crazy. Succubus versus me. This event happened earlier this year, sometime last year. My fiancé has been having on and off dreams of this woman with two faces. Picture Two-Face from Batman minus rough damaged skin. He's been seeing her since last year. For a while, me and him have been fighting on and off. To one point, we slept in different rooms for a while. This is when events with the succubus begins. Now, I said he's already been seeing her, and even when we fight, we tell each other our dreams. While he was sleeping in the other room, this woman came into his dreams more and more, sort of coaxing him into doing things while distracting me or getting me upset at him in his dream. Which, before he would tell me in his dreams, in real life, I would be mad at him or something. We had different sleep schedules at this time, too. It almost became a pattern. His dream would align with my feelings, and this two-faced woman would always be there. Fast forward to the visit. His dream switched from me being mad at him to me coming into the room to do the laying tango. Now each time, quote-unquote, I would come into the room and wake him in his dream, he would always, use my voice outside the room, and then that would sort of turn into a shadow, and then it would just stand in the corner. A bird would basically fly into your house and scream at you. This went on for a few weeks, no pattern. And when the dreams would happen, I just kind of got fed up. Maybe 1 or 2 weeks of her popping in and out of his dreams. Now I was trying to lay with him after messing with me in his dreams. I think this dream 3 he's had, her trying to do the laying tango with him in his dreams. We are at time number 3. I remembered a story he had read to me off of Reddit. A gym bro would just jake off whenever ghost activity happened, or something like that. A gym bro would jake off. So instead of me going to bed that night after he had a dream, I went in there and he did the laying tango. While staring at the corner, she would be at his dreams, and I'd do this over a period of time until she topped and came in my dream. Which was the weirdest shit ever, because she had come to me, blew a kiss, and this was last month actually. I took a nap in the shower and she popped up. This post is very weird. I need more interrupting animals. I haven't seen her since, but I've also decided to up my wards. So yeah, that's my succubus story and how I fuck my man to show dominance against a spirit sent at us. Okay then. Which I know it's multiple witches. But this one was a noob, asking people to do her dirty work, and because of her carelessness opened the door for other attacks that I had to ward off. Which I would love to tell. These are true stories, more witchcraft than ghostly. But as I go backwards in my life, I'll go from less witchy to actually encounters of seeing my soul chained to a table and having a druid ex, send a dark spirit off of me. And saving M. To having an old CRT TV and watching a shadow crawl out of my bathroom and pinning me. I truly hope these stories also reach those who've witnessed these events around me and can tell their side to Sarah and Adam, those Skype calls IMVU parties. I am feeling old. I'm now 30. You're 30. What are these things? These events have started on and off when I hit 15. Just after having my first cycle, I think my parent knew. There were times she said ignore it. Now I think about it. Anyway, I typed enough. Let me know what you think of my encounter and if you guys want more of them, because I believe witchcraft is as real energy as can be seen. So I may have a battle story to come. I've already dodged many car accidents recently after channeling for the Silver Spoon friend. Not like I wanted to, it just happened. She was all into the conversation when it was about her. At least, that's what I was told. I think this post is long enough. I can tell the channeling event later. Potential ghost with me. I live in a 2-story house just outside of a small village. My parents are far away for a few days. It's just me and my brother at home. I got home from work, put my feet up and started some Call of Duty. That's when I thought I heard some sort of mumbling or talking coming from my parents' room beneath me. It took me a minute or two of listening and playing the game to actually realize it wasn't me making the sounds, like by creaking the floor. I exited the game to listen closely. I could indeed hear it sounded like mumbling, which then stopped. Then I heard a loud gunshot outside. Could have been in the garden, but most likely the field next door. Maybe hunters. The sound of the gunshot scared the shit out of me for obvious reasons, but also made me think that the mumbling was most likely coming from the field next door. I could feel my whole body rush with adrenaline. I knew I couldn't just sit there and listen. I did what I knew had to be done. Went downstairs with my nunchucks and a BB pistol. The nunchucks were my only real option because the BB pistol didn't even work. It was sort of a hope to scare them off. So I went downstairs, looking all the rooms with my nunchucks at the ready. Nobody there. Step outside, a bit quieter now, half hoping to hear or to see something. As I walk around the corner of the house, I see nothing. I aim the pistol at a little crack in the bush, expecting to see some sort of movement or reaction from something potentially watching me. I come back inside, make sure the front and back doors are locked. Then I go back upstairs. I ask my brother when he was on the phone, to which he denied. So I tell him why I'm asking, and he says there was people out in the front of her property, but only briefly. He seems to not be worried. And this sort of calms me down, so I go back in my room to try and get back to what I was doing. I'm in the middle of a game. That's when I hear the mumbling again. I open my window and I look around for hunters in the nearby field. No luck. Listening closer to the mumbling, it definitely sounds like it's coming from right below me. It stops again. I try not to think about it and just keep playing the game. Once I started thinking about something else, I hear the mumbling again. Frustrated, I look out both my windows now. Still, I see nothing but fields and I guess some cows in the distance. My brain's just trying to tell me that this noise is most definitely coming from downstairs. There's no way that it isn't. This time I'm kind of freaking out. Not in a hyperventilating way, but in a way that my brain is sort of creating bizarre, unreasonable outcomes. I'm now considering the possibility that maybe somebody's in the attic, which is about 1 meter tall, has no entrance. Completely unrealistic. I'm also heavily considering the idea that it could be a supernatural being trying to contact me, like a dead relative. Even just typing that out literally just a shiver ran down my spine. I'm on my way downstairs, being extra silent, listening extra carefully. I hear nothing but birds. I build up the courage to go into my parents' room, and there's nobody there, so I look over towards the door in the closet. At this point, I know that there's something or someone in there. Has to be. I can think of another explanation. Can't. I open the door into the closet, practically trembling, expecting to be grabbed by an intruder. Nunchucks at the ready, I jump in, but nothing. I stood there looking back into my parents' room, trying to listen again. But while I stood there, I got this feeling like something was watching me and playing some sort of joke on me. Go about the rest of the house in the same manner. Double check that the doors are locked, and eventually deciding I'm just going to go to bed. And since I went to bed, I've only heard the mumbling once. I don't know what it is or what it was, and I sincerely, truly hope that nothing will come out of this. Intruder, ghost, whatever. Worst part is, I can't even say that I was high on weed as an excuse. Be wary of any wells on your property. We were renting a house when I was a kid. I was a 120-year-old baby doll Victorian in Illinois. There were 3 wells on the property not in use, one directly underneath the kitchen. Worse off, another directly off the patio stairs, like walk off the stairs onto concrete that, unknowingly to us, had a well underneath it. The only one that we were informed of was in the carriage house that wasn't usable anyways, as the whole thing was definitely going to collapse at some point. We only kept tools in there, honestly, right next to the sliding door in case it did collapse. Well. The kitchen floor was slanting heavily, but we just made sure to make a report and heard nothing as typical for landlords. A few months later, the entire kitchen collapsed. The well was uncovered and sitting in the basement, like Ring movie style. It was causing the wood to rot under the floor from moisture, and luckily nobody was hurt, but the kitchen island did fall into the well, with the oven on top of it. I guess the kitchen was basically added onto the patio at some point then. Then, not even a few months later, the concrete started cracking in front of the patio stairs. Us kids didn't like stepping there for some reason. We just had a feeling something was off. One of my parents' friends stepped off the stairs when the concrete completely cracked down in the middle and tried caving into the ground. It was then that we discovered another uncovered well sitting a few feet underneath that spot. If it had caved in at that moment, well, that person would have fallen into a literal open well. We stayed out of the carriage house since it was, unsafe, but never had any issues except that there was a large window in the carriage house facing the patio. That connected to the kitchen into the backyard, and a ghost would commonly be seen, not only by us kids, but her parents and her friends. A woman in a Victorian dress and no bottom half. She was always staring at the house and across the street. It turns out some digging through newspapers at a small-town library found that the original main lady of the house lost 2 children. One in the well at the bottom of the patio stairs, the other in a grain bin that used to be across the street next door. It had since been turned into an indoor skate park, and it was vacant when we moved in, was like she was warning me and my brother not to step in that piece of concrete. She would only appear when us kids were coming out of the door and down the stairs, which would cause my parents who were watching us to see her, or friends who were coming out to see us. We'd see her and jump over the sidewalk into the dead grass. Think fenced-in secret garden between us and the carriage house, but everything died back there and nothing lived. There was an old pond back there where all the fish died as well, so we kept it empty and covered. Something always told us not to step in that crack. My mom thought we were just silly jumping over it from the stairs. We then realized she probably was just another mother mourning her child and trying to keep us safe. There were a ton of other spirits in the house too. Some not so nice at all, but that's the one who stood out to me as a child because she was so easily seen. Weirdly, we also found blueprints to the local bank in her basement that gave to the historical society, but apparently that place had been turned to a restaurant, but we also bought the building next door for a business, but that same bank had bad mold that came through the walls. Basically made our building a hazard. So we had to let it go and move states. Illinois is wild like that. Explain this phenomenon. The mist, caught on CCTV. Recently installed a video doorbell in our farmhouse in the mountains of, Wyoming. I got up at about 5:15 a.m. This is Thursday, 9/21. I had just checked, and I did this Reolink app to see if anything interesting had been captured overnight. To my utter shock, this is what I saw. When I opened up the doorbell's live view, I couldn't believe my eyes or decide if it was a hurricane or a forest fire that was ravaging our farm. After checking the weather report, news, and other cameras around the property, there's absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. No wind at all or any rain. Nothing. Every other cam with different views around the house showed, nothing. Looked like a completely normal view, and in fact the recordings from the other cams were so still while playing them back I had a hard time telling if it was playing or paused. If anybody has any ideas to what this phenomenon may be, I'm sure put my inquisitive and slightly spooked mind at ease. This event lasted about 15 minutes, varying in severity from total obstructing the camera view to the camera view fully returning to normal in spurts. I pulled the footage from the only other camera that showed that side of the house. It's arguably even weirder than the original submission. You can see what normal water vapor coming off of the ground in the first 13 seconds of the video looks like, but what follows doesn't appear to be a vapor. Wondering what may cause the black specks, white dots, and the other general pulsing effect via the reflected IR. Keep in mind, this cam is zoomed in quite a bit, so I think that's why the movements look different than the first video. But clearly the same thing affected cameras' both views during the same time period. I've now checked all the cameras, and officially these two clips are all we got. Serious. I've had undeniable paranormal experiences, but I'm an atheist. Encounter 1. I used to live in Colonial Heights, specifically in Conjurer's Neck. The area is home to an old brick house, which I lived very, very close to. It was a battleground for both the Civil War and the Revolutionary War. The entire area had always given me the creeps as a kid, and the old brick house itself always had local lore with the neighborhood kids. There's 1 million dead bodies in that house, or if you go in, you'll fall through the floor and become a ghost, etc. So one day I was riding my bike alone. I must have been about 6 or 7 years old. I saw the neighborhood cat, just Moonlight. I guess that was the cat's name. They were sitting at the edge of her owner's driveway. She was the prettiest little black cat with white markings and would always allow me to give her a quick pet. This day she was spooked by me, ran to the back of the owner's house. Me being a stubborn kid, I wanted to catch her and give her a pet. Got off my bike, led it up the driveway, not letting my sight go of Moonlight. Once I get to the back porch area, I see the cat right underneath the porch and try reaching for her. Give up after realizing it isn't worth scaring her more, and with unwanted affection, and, well, decide to head back to biking. When I stand up and turn to look toward my bike, this giant black figure was looming over me. It was pitch black and the silhouette of a man. It didn't have features. Just imagined a blackened out thing, and that's what it was. The edges were clean lines. I stared straight at it for an eternity in my mind. Immediately started crying, sprinting as quickly as I could to my mother, immediately telling her what I just experienced. I realized I left my bike there and started crying out of fear that I'd have to get it and that thing stole my bike. But my mom had sent my brother to go get it. This was during the day and I've never seen something like that since. I've always thought it was probably either just a Confederate soldier or spirit of a native. There was a burial right next to my brick house, but I don't know. It really scared me nearly to death. Encounter 2. I was living in Massachusetts with my mother and brother. Ever since the first day we moved in, I hated the house. It was a classic scary-looking house and had all the hallmark haunted house tropes. My mom had her share of experiences in the house. I didn't have many that I could remember. But on our last night living there, the three of us were in the kitchen. We were kind of just reminiscing on the time that we had at the house. The kitchen connected to the living room through a hallway on one side and a doorway on the other. That's where we stood. We could see pretty much into it. We were going to sleep in the couches, since that was the only thing not packed, and my mother reminded my brother to close and lower the blinds so that nobody could see us sleeping. He brushed it off and said he'd get to it later. A few minutes go by of us talking, and this loud bang comes from the living room. My mom freaks, and my brother runs into the living room prepared to fight. He goes in, guns blazing, goes completely silent once he's in the living room. I'm both curious as to what's going on and go in. He's standing about a foot away from the doorway to the kitchen, staring at the three windows over the couches. All the blinds are down. They were previously pulled all the way up, which was the way that we had them for the majority of our days there. It never happened before, none of us talked about it. Simply went back to the kitchen, tried carrying on normal conversation. I didn't get much sleep after that. Encounter 3. I was living in my home in Florida. I moved a lot, as you can tell, but I was swimming in the pool in our backyard. I was home alone and had just taken off my goggles, and I sat them on the pool, just sort of facing the fencing and the railing. They were to my right side. I hopped back into the pool. This was also during the day. I was swimming underwater and went back to the spot near where I put my goggles. My goggles suddenly fly to me and land right in front of me, coming from the complete opposite direction from where I put them. I got so scared, but I thought maybe my parents got home. No one was there. The back door leading to the house was never open, nor did it here close. I later looked around the house and no one was home. I have many more stories from that home, but that's what started my episode of sleep paralysis. But I won't get to it now. With all of these experiences, I don't understand how I could now simply not believe in God. I feel I have a pretty good idea of what happens after death, but none involve heaven or hell. Just a remembrance of the best and worst memories in life. I also don't like the idea that somebody truly good can be sent to hell simply for not believing. If anybody can relate, please sound off. Yeah, I get both sides. Almost every day growing up. For about 10 years of my life, I would experience something almost every day, from sleep paralysis to hearing things, seeing things, or getting possessed. When I was 5 or 6 years old, I had this very vivid nightmare. I was in my room and the devil was standing in front of me, pointing into this black hole. It scared me, of course, but after that, so many things would happen. There's been so many little things, like our kitchen fan being thrown across the kitchen from the window and shattering. We had a big kitchen. Or like a random pile of leaves perfectly placed in the middle of the carpet after my mom just cleaned. I remember my parents waking me up early to put our chickens away because I forgot to the night before. They like to hang out in the bushes by the fence, and So to get them out, I'd have to pick up some gravel and throw one behind the fence, and it would sort of scare the chickens to the coop. Ironically enough, I'd put the gravel down and start walking to the coop when I still hear rocks hitting the fence. I look back and actually see the rocks bouncing off the fence. I rubbed my eyes even, it took a second look, still happening. Another time I was at my cousin's house. Their house always had this horrible negative feeling. I'd always get homesick because I couldn't sleep because there's just this dreading feeling. I was too scared to go to the bathroom alone, and this was only at their house. I've actually had several things happen there. I was playing out in front with my cousins and neighbor kids. The houses there were pretty new and more houses were being built. A ball rolled down the street a little and I noticed one of my cousins running around in a house that they'd only had a frame built. I yelled out her name and she hid behind some wood. I almost ran down to her and I decided to look, and my cousin was playing with everyone else. When I was older, I went to their house because my parents were going to go out with my aunt, and it was for her birthday, I guess. My cousins were at their dad's house. This meant I had to babysit my two little sisters at their house. My sisters went to the bathroom and I felt that horrible negative feeling. I was looking down at my phone trying to find someone to FaceTime so I didn't feel so freaked out. And in the corner of my eye, I saw someone run past in the kitchen. Like I could see their legs and their feet clearly, but because I was looking down, I couldn't see the rest. Then I noticed a shadow on the ground coming out of my cousin's room, like as if it was there and blocking the light to cause a shadow, but I couldn't see what it was. I was terrified. I was calling my parents, begging for them to come get us. I started to feel crazy, like maybe I'm just a schizophrenic. My parents would tell none of it was real, but even though I was always looking for every excuse to blame it on something random, I would try to find some explanation. And there was really no explanation possible other than me being crazy. I almost accepted it until I caught it on video. When I was a young teen, we moved into a small apartment. It was actually my grandma's. I remember staying the night there and I felt just creeped out, but I forgot about that. Now there were so many people living in it that I didn't think anything would happen. But I was very wrong. It didn't take long for weird things to happen there, like me hearing people talking quietly in the living room while I'm in the bathroom, or the cupboards right outside the bathroom making that noise when you shut it, or seeing a tall silhouette walking down the hallway from my parents' room to the bathroom or vice versa. I even came face to face with something that was leaving the bathroom while I was walking in. The light was off, door open, and a white silhouette came face to face, as it didn't really have a face, sucked back into the darkness. Sometimes I'd get this gut feeling to start recording on my phone. I never would. I think my computer glitched. I never would get anything, so this last time I didn't take it serious. I went on to Snapchat, where you can record for about 10 seconds at a time. You have to hold down to record, and my sister was taking a bath. I was going to the bathroom when I hear noises, start recording and open the door. I was thinking maybe my mom came home for lunch today, so I called out to her. She responded from her room with, "What?" I was confused because usually there's no response because she isn't home, so I was like, oh, she really is home. I start walking to her room saying, "Are you here?" When I get to her door, the video stops. That's because, I saw that she wasn't there. I immediately run back to the bathroom freaking out when I realize I actually recorded that. So I listen to it and I hear her response clearly. That was my confirmation that I wasn't crazy and just hearing things. Since then, I've grown and matured, formed my own relationship with God, as He was literally the only thing that helped me in those moments. I'm not as scared as I was before, but I think they actually feed off of fear. And it's pretty much stopped for the most part. Weird stuff happens here and there, but certainly not every day. Schizophrenia doesn't just magically go away, and you can't record your hallucinations. I've had times where my parents can confirm my stories and they admit that they believe me, but just didn't want to scare me. I had zero memory of me getting possessed, and there were ones to tell me about it when I was older. Halloween masks. We lived in a house in the Poconos that had been owned by an old man. His kids sold it fully furnished and didn't touch anything before they sold it to my parents. One day I was 5 or 6 and I sat on my floor playing with my toy horses. I looked up and saw 3 masks floating in a triangle. I remember thinking that they looked like Halloween monsters, like a witch with a crooked nose, a red devil with pointed teeth, and a hairy wolfman monster. They looked murderously angry. After this, I set up my toys in the closet so I could face the corner and not look out into the room while I played. We would see orbs, like multiple family members would see the same green glowing ball float through the living room at the same time. I can't remember much else personally, but my father said he once heard somebody shout, "Hey!" and he responded before he realized he was home alone. This was the 90s before Siri. Eventually, we moved out, and before we did, my dad cleaned out the basement and found a box of the old man's stuff. This included antique bowls and chopsticks, knickknacks, and an album of black and white photos of soldiers stood in front of the red Tory temples, posed with geishas. The old man had been a U.S. soldier during World War II occupation of Japan. Years later, when I was 16, I went to a tattoo parlor and realized what I had seen were Oni masks. Something pulled at my brother's door. My brother and I were playing around a couple of days ago, running in and out of his room. On our way back, I ran into his room with the lights on. Mind you, I hate the dark. So he follows me and smiles, leaving right back out after turning off the lights. I follow right after him to open the door. I couldn't. Felt way too strong for a regular hand. I just assumed it was my brother on the other side, right? So I kept trying to fight it. It felt like an iron grip. So I just pulled at its door, because it didn't have a lock that really works. Tell me why, when I got it to budge, it opened a little just to slam shut and yank out of my hands. That strength startled me. When I immediately opened the door to tell him about making such a loud noise with the door, I see that he's barely peeking his head from the kitchen, seemingly confused. There was no way he could have run back to the kitchen that fast, especially without being out of breath. I went up to question him and saw that food was being made for him. So how did he shut the door and make food? This wasn't some trick. Something else wanted to play too, but I don't know. I questioned him repeatedly and he couldn't tell me what was happening either. He told me that he was genuinely in the kitchen. And yeah, the evidence is there. He didn't sleep in his room that night, and still in my room, but mind you, I'm 20, he's almost 19. No one believed me. My first experience with the paranormal was actually a string of experiences. I was 16. My family had just moved into a new home. I loved the house. I had my own room that I picked myself, and I didn't feel any kind of hesitance while unpacking and decorating to make myself feel more at home. Everything was great. That was at least for the first week. After school, I would get home with my little brother about an hour before my mom. One day I was the first one into the home. I threw my bag on the kitchen table and found my cat stood frozen, staring at the door in the kitchen that led to our garage. I spoke to my cat. "What are you doing?" I walked towards him, but before I could touch him, a woman's scream came from the garage. My cat sprinted from the room. I followed, just taking my little brother with me outside and calling for my mom. My brother insisted that he didn't hear anything, and my mom suggested that I must have imagined it, but I knew it was real. Once my mom got home, we checked the house to find nothing. She suggested that I was stressed and watching too many scary movies. I didn't really bother to argue any further. Couldn't tell that I wasn't going to be believed, so I grabbed my bag and walked to my bedroom at the end of the hall. I stood in the doorway, freezing in my tracks. My closet door was slid open, hanging from its track as if somebody had tried to pull it off. My window was standing in the middle of the room. Or, not my window, but my pillow. A flat, flimsy pillow that I couldn't get to stand if I wanted it to. I yelled for my mom. "Somebody's been in my room," I accused. She came back and my little brother trailing behind her, pointed into the room only to find the pillow now laying flat. It was as it should have been the whole time. "You must have knocked it off the bed when you woke up this morning." She brushed it off, but I knew I hadn't. And even if I had, how was it standing like that? I played with the pillow for a few minutes, trying to mimic the position it had been in. I just couldn't, and it wasn't possible. I went to bed that night without a problem, and while I did think what had happened earlier the day was strange, I didn't lose sleep over it. But I was prone to waking throughout the night, so almost like clockwork. I woke around 3 in the morning and got up to go to the bathroom. When I returned the doorway to my bedroom, I just froze again. The light from the bathroom shined just barely into my bedroom, making it impossible to miss. I could see a figure sitting on the edge of my bed, but had no features, just the shadow of a large man. I leaned forward, squinting my eyes, trying to adjust my vision to the darkness of my room. But before I could move any further, the figure stood and charged at me. I never screamed so loud. My feet came out from under me and I hit the floor, my hands flipping on the light before I had lost my balance. But nothing was there. My mom and brother were there in basically an instant. They were wondering why I was screaming and now crying on the floor. I tried to explain that, we were dreaming. At least that's what my mom told me. I was awake, I was up. I tried to argue, but she shook her head. "You must have been dreaming. Go back to bed." I didn't sleep well that night. The next day went fine. That is, until I was back home from school. That house suddenly didn't feel like home to me, and my room didn't really feel like mine. I felt like I was invading somebody else's space, and I was apologetic. I attempted to make a Ouija board out of cardboard and a clear bottle cap. I was desperate to confirm my own experiences. "Hello?" I said quietly, waiting for a response. Nothing. "I'm sorry if we move into your home. I'll be a good roommate. Very clean." I began to ramble, but the bottle cap never moved. I started to feel silly looking down at the makeshift board. It was just trash. Pushed it away and climbed in bed, embarrassed that I believed such a thing would work. That night I heard something rattling around. I initially thought it was a large, house moth. Maybe it was knocking itself in my window. Flipped on my bedside lamp and noticed the board on the floor. Only the bottle cap was standing on its side, spinning like a quarter in fast circles. I let out a breath of fresh air in disbelief, and the cap dropped. Once again, it was motionless. Jumped out of bed and grabbed the board, tearing it in half and shoving it in the trash. I kept my lamp on for about an hour before I started to feel tired again. Reluctantly, I flipped the lamp back off and drifted to sleep. Slept with the blindfold on, irritated by the smallest bit of light. So when I woke again feeling the cold air of my fan, I assumed I'd kicked my blanket off in my sleep. Felt around the bed trying to find it to cover myself again, but no luck. I lifted my blindfold and was horrified to see my blanket standing tall above me. It had to have been about 6 feet, towering over my body. I moved quickly, attempting to throw my feet to the side and run to the door. The blanket fell and I was forced back to my mattress. A weight was suffocating me, as if somebody had just laid on top of me. I gasped for breath trying to scream, but not a sound would escape my throat. I remember my eyelids fluttering as I lost consciousness from the lack of air. That morning I woke with my blindfold lifted, my blanket tossed to the side of the bed, and pain taking over my whole body. I knew I hadn't imagined it. I came out of my room and couldn't stop myself from crying when I found my mom getting ready for work in the bathroom. I tried to explain, but she didn't believe me. She never believed me. "You were dreaming," she said to me. "You can stay home from school today. Try to get some rest." I reluctantly nodded and went back to bed, still scared to really go back to sleep. I laid stiff and waited for the sound of my mom and brother leaving for the day. I heard the keys jingle and the door close. I was alone in the home. I rolled onto my stomach and cried into my pillow. I was exhausted and pained and scared. So for several minutes I laid there crying, and then something happened. "I'm sorry about your mom," the man's voice said clearly beside me. I gasped and sat up straight. No one. I couldn't handle being alone there. I got out of bed and walked myself to school, something I was usually too scared to do. but not nearly as scared of whatever's in my home. We moved out of the home shortly after due to my mom getting married. Home-related activity basically stopped, much to my relief. But I'll always wonder what it was and why it only seemed to interact with me. That was the first and strongest presence I've ever encountered. Ouija board led to friend's death. My brother worked at KFC. Him and a lot of his close buddies did too. They used to play with the Ouija board during the end hours. They did it a lot. It would make the telephone ring with no one there. One time they asked it what it wants. The board started spelling their friend's name who was working with them. They instantly took their hands off and didn't touch it again. A couple weeks later, my brother's friend died in a four-wheeling accident. My brother and his friend that were using the board has ever since felt like he caused the death of their friend. This was 12 years ago about. My brother's always felt eternal guilt over it, thinking he got his friend killed. I know why he clings so much to God now and wears his cross necklace. Since then, my brother's had an entity following and living with him. He's moved multiple times in this dark shadow man that's always been around him. He can't look right at it and see it there. Even his wife has seen it one night months before they had their third child. The shadow man was standing at the edge of their bed. They could both see it. My brother's wife said that you need to go. We have a baby coming soon. We can't keep having things like this happen. And ever since, my brother hasn't seen the shadow man. He claims the shadow man has saved his life, and he's felt that it was like his vehicle with him. He fell asleep behind the wheel multiple times, and the entity grabbed him and woke him up. And this is a true story. Rest in peace to my brother's friend. I'm happy for my brother he's no longer keeping this entity around. He's always been able to tell if something is off. I don't believe in random people when they say that they can sense things, but I sure believe my brother. He's countless stories of seeing this entity. Another time his wife came home from work and she went to the bathroom while he was on the couch. She never came out of the bathroom. He went to check on her and she was never even home. That entity came and was messing with him. It's an odd way to end that. Traffic disappeared in seconds. 3 years ago, my dad and I were coming into Minneapolis riding in his truck. He was driving and I'm passenger. It's a 4-lane road getting into the cities. Traffic was backed up super far. I could see the car crash and tow truck and cops way ahead as they're sitting in the second lane. There's a semi in the third lane with enough room for us to get behind it and get into the fourth lane. Traffic is still backed up. We were sitting forever. As soon as the spot opened up to get around the semi, we did. It only took 5 seconds. As soon as we got on the other side of the semi, all traffic was completely gone. There was no accident, no cops, no debris, not even a bunch of free-flowing traffic in front of us. The cars in the accident were just completely gone as if nothing ever happened. We still talk about this experience, easily one of the weirdest fucking things either of us have ever seen. It was like we slipped through time or into a different dimension. There was absolutely no traffic or accident or anything at all as we passed that semi, switching from second to fourth lane. One of my weirdest experiences for sure. Has anybody had something similar happen? Locked in my deer stand. Anyways, just this last year we went deer hunting like we do every year. My brothers and uncles and grandpa all go and we have like deer stands spread out across 60 acres deep in the Chippewa National Forest. Chippewa. My dad's deer stand is one of the closer ones to our camp. So at lunchtime or nighttime, we wait for family members to walk down the trail and wait for us to get to our stand to walk back to camp together. Our deer stand has a locking hatch on outside of the inside. Oh, rather, on the outside and on the inside. It's pretty finicky and takes actual strength to get the latch to shut properly. Then you push it down a little to lock it into place. There's a latch on the outside and the inside, so if you unlock it to get in and you lock it from the inside so the door stays shut. Keep in mind, it's not actually locked, but it's a latch where you lift up, push through the hole, and push back down to keep it into place. It's impossible, really, to lock yourself in a deer stand. It's pretty much completely dark out, and we're waiting for our family to come walk down the trail. We didn't see any headlamps yet, but we decided, okay, let's just get out and meet them on the trail for when they come. I tried to open the door, and it was stuck shut. My dad's like, what the hell? Why or how would you lock us in? I said, Dad, there's no way for me to physically lock the outside after getting in. Not even reaching out the window could you get close to the door latch. We were completely dumbfounded and kind of freaked out. Eventually, my family came to the trail and we were just standing waiting for us to get out. My brother walked to our stand, opened the latch for us, also confused on how that could have possibly happened. Like I said, it takes some strength to push that latch up and through the hole and latched back down. There's absolutely no possible way we could have locked the outside from the inside. I still don't know how this had happened, and it freaks me out. I'm a little nervous to go hunting this year. I hate walking in the woods at 5 a.m. and back to the camp at dark. I hope I don't experience anything like that again. Bear, moose, man in the woods. The story I'm telling now happened 3 years ago in the same stand in the same land. I'm hunting alone in my dad's stand. It was near sunset. It was almost blue hour. That's where the sky and the ground have a blue tint to it as it's getting dark out. I always text or send a picture to my dad or a family group chat when I see a deer or something, just to let them know what's around and what's out there. There was a half hour or so left shooting time, and I'm looking out the window on the trail going further back into the woods. I see what looks like a deer, or something huge like a moose. Moose are extremely rare where I live, standing on its back legs. I could see this with my own eyes. It was pretty far away, so I couldn't see it super clear, but I knew I was looking at something 3 times the size of a deer on its own back legs up against a tree. Almost like it was brushing its back or trying to eat branches. I texted my dad and I said, I think I see a deer, but I'm not 100% sure. My dad told me to just take the shot. I didn't feel comfortable because I was always told do not shoot unless you are 100% sure what you're looking at. The thing is, I don't know what the fuck I was looking at. I'm getting goosebumps as I write out all these stories. I kept telling my dad I can't shoot it. I genuinely don't know what it is. I didn't know if it was a man, a bear, a moose, or a deer. It looked supernatural, almost like you would picture a Wendigo to look like. My dad told me to shoot it as I was thinking I was watching it. I just couldn't tell what it was, even if I thought to myself, what the fuck, what if it's a person or something? I just can't shoot at it. I pointed my gun exactly where I was looking to try to zoom in on it. I couldn't see it all with this lens. When I put my gun down, I could still see it, minding its own business, standing 12 or 15 feet tall on 2 legs with its back against a birch tree. I didn't know if it was a man or a creature, but I know that if it was a deer, I would have known that it was a deer. This experience still makes me think heavily of what unknown things are out there. Still makes me not want to hunt alone anymore. Glad my dad hunted with me last year. We both somehow got locked inside of her stand. Just gonna say bear. Kind of fits your description. Or not. See you later, sweet dreams. Or good morning. Welcome to Paranormal M, where the eerie and mysterious come to life. Hit subscribe and turn on notifications to keep up with our latest spine-chilling tales. Get ready for an unforgettable experience. A not-so-brief history of the paranormal encounters of my life. I, a 43-year-old male, have experienced some strange things in my time. What follows are my first-hand accounts. Approximate age, 4 years old. One night while sleeping at the foot of my parents' bed, I woke and I looked out into the hallway. Slowly walking towards my own bedroom door, which, from left to right in the hallway, was a hooded figure. They were about 3 feet tall. I walked slowly. The hood seemed to be made of old or worn leather. It didn't look my way or anything, but just proceeded to walk towards and into my room. My parents eventually split, but my mom kept the house and still lives there today. My younger sister also reported seeing a transparent floating woman in 1800s period clothing. That was in her bedroom one night in the same home. I also experienced other incidents in that home. Approximate age, 6 years old. I was having a bad dream one night. A large purple, funny I know, but a large purple monster just tying me up on my neck and leading me around like a dog. I still vaguely remember the dream and the aftermath to this day. I woke in my father's arms in the living room. That was after sleepwalking. I had tied a toy jump rope around my own neck while fully asleep. I walked down the hallway holding the rope with one hand. Approximate age, 12 years old. After getting off the school bus one afternoon, I went inside like normal to spend a couple of hours alone before my mom got home from work with my sister in tow. I was watching TV. Thought I heard a noise in the house, and I muted the TV, didn't hear anything else. Went back to watching TV, and thought I heard something else. I turned off the TV and I just sat still, listening for a few minutes. I got up and started slowly walking from the living room towards the hallway. The first door on the left is a door that leads down into the basement that runs the entire footprint of the house. I stood at the basement door for a moment, silently listening for any sounds. All of a sudden, I heard footsteps. They were coming up the wooden steps. The sound was distinct and unmistakable. I slapped the side of the wooden door and shouted, "Hey!" Bolted back through the living room and out of my front door. I ran up to my grandfather's home up a path of about 100 yards or so. Got him to go back with me, explaining what had occurred. We started by rolling up to the garage door entry door to the basement from the outside. The door locked prior to us opening it. We slowly made our way through the basement, checking the few dusty windows and other single-entry doors. All doors and windows were shut. They were also locked. No signs of forced entry or normal entry. In fact, there's no sign of anyone or anything being in the basement that afternoon, especially capable of making heavy footfalls. Approximate age, 23 years old. While laying in my girlfriend's bed one night, that was in her parents' home, I was swimming in my own thoughts. I was regarding these things that had to do with our relationship and the state of it. On one hand, the way I was raised said that the things I was doing at the time weren't quote-unquote good. On the other hand, I was in the process of half-heartedly exploring the history of religion and spirituality. I was busy trying to resolve basic human emotion and desire. Long story short, I couldn't go to sleep. I did something I never really did. I lobbed up a prayer, if you would call it that. Basically asking the universe to send me some kind of a sign or something of the things that I was doing, that they were okay. A few moments later, I felt my spinning mind was easing up a bit. I was slowly getting closer and closer to being able to actually fall asleep, and then bam! I heard a voice. The voice said clearly and distinctly, Galatians 5:17. I was instantly awake again. I shot upright listening. I physically got out of bed and went to the window to see if somebody was outside. Everybody else in the house was long asleep. Somewhat panicked and freaked out, I returned to the bed. I pondered the significance of what had just taken place. I was half scared, half bewildered. I told myself that if what had just happened had some sort of validity, I would investigate further in the morning. It took a few minutes, but the climbing and relaxing feeling returned, and I just wound up drifting off to sleep. The next morning, I remembered the events of the night before in detail. I didn't say anything because it kind of freaked me out still. When I got to work that day, I approached a coworker whom I assumed carried a Bible with her regularly. I flipped to the verse. I was floored. "For the flesh lusteth against the spirit, and the spirit against the flesh. Therefore ye should not do what thou would." It was basically a direct answer to the question I had put forth. I still get chills telling the story to this day. However, I didn't really change much in my life then or at any other time. I think that led to the next event. Approximate age 24. A year later, I still somewhat was conflicted about the previous event. Things that were taking place in my life too. My girlfriend and I had moved into an apartment together. We had to make some pretty tough personal decisions that year, but I was becoming somewhat conflicted with where my life was headed. Pretty much I was in a pretty big bout of depression. As usual, all of this was pretty much internalized and kept inside, so that my suffering had as little impact on others as possible. Outside, I was the easygoing, laid-back guy that everybody could rely on for help or laugh or a combination of all good things. Inside, not so much. I hadn't tapped the ether of the universe since the previous incident. Partially out of fear and partially out of pride and skepticism. Well, this particular night I was once again struggling with a bout of insomnia. I decided that maybe it was my time to lob up another request. In so little words, I subconsciously said, "I feel alone. If there's anything else out there, I could use another sign that I'm not." That was it. There was no voice, but sleep did finally come. The next morning, pulling out of our apartment complex and heading to work, I immediately get behind a little red sedan with a license plate that says PSALM 121, Psalm 121. I noticed it immediately and laughed to myself, partially at the coincidence and partially out of skepticism. When I got to work, I again went to the same coworker that I knew likely had a Bible in her purse. I flipped to Psalms and was once again floored at what I read. In the most basic of translations and interpretations, it talks about not being alone and that the Lord watches over you. Now, paired with the previous incident, you would have thought I would, repent and become some sort of born-again Christian. I've actually kind of done the opposite and often criticize modern religions and consider myself an agnostic to this day. I clearly haven't won the lottery yet, so I guess that's the universe's way of humbling my often antagonistic approach to understanding the unknown. I guess I believe in personal spirituality and all that, but am sort of an eternal skeptic when it comes to other people's paranormal experiences, religions, and anything outside of what I consider quote-unquote normal. I don't know if it's because I'm an anti-authoritarian by nature or what, but for whatever reason, I often find myself only believing what I experience in my own existence. I would say that that's most people. Or, more than a spoonful. Ghost, clone of coworker. The place I work is an old 3-story house in the downtown, downtown adjacent area of the city of Mississippi. I'm guessing a city because Mississippi's a state, but I'm not sure when it was built, but it was added onto over multiple occasions through the years. It was a private home, a restaurant, a law office, and possibly other businesses that I'm not aware of as well. Since 2014, it's been the main office for my job. In general, it's an old building that makes old building sounds from time to time. For a long time, I was often the first person here. I was also among the last to leave. I've heard what sounded distinctly like voices upstairs when I knew for a fact nobody else was there. Others have reported similar sounds. One evening in September of 2015, Toys R Us held a Force Friday event for the release of new toys and merch for Star Wars. Star Wars: The Force Awakens. Two coworkers, I'll call them David and Ronnie, decided to meet at the office after work and ride together to the event. I forgot exactly what time the event started, but it was late enough that we all went our separate ways and we ate dinner before meeting back at the office. I was the first to arrive back at the office. Pulled up, parked it, and went into the parking lot, and I noticed Ronnie. He lived close enough at the time that he walked to and from the office rather than driving, so the lack of his vehicle there wasn't really unusual. They were walking up to the front steps, and he, I assumed, went into the office. I did notice that he was wearing different clothes than he'd worn at work that day. I didn't really think much of it. I got out of my car and headed to wait for him, David and his wife. I got to the door, threw it, and it was locked. I thought Ronnie had just locked it behind him as like a joke or a prank or something on me. Didn't have a key to the front door. I parked in the back a lot during work hours. I knocked. Ronnie never appeared. I decided I'd return to my car, and when I did, I looked and saw Ronnie walking up the sidewalk from his apartment. He's wearing the clothes that he'd been wearing at work that day. Well, I decided not to say anything. I guess you could say I was noticeably uneasy because he asked me what was up. I was explaining what I saw. David and his wife arrived, and I told them as well. We decided to search the area. Our office is fenced around two sides, so we split up thinking that if somebody was there, they had gone around the building. They wouldn't have anywhere to go if we headed them off from both sides. We went in the back, none of us having seen anyone else. We kind of wound up shrugging it off, or at least they did, since they didn't see anything themselves, but still bothered me. Months later, maybe even a year later, the event really wasn't fresh in my mind at all anymore. I got to work early on a Monday morning, as was usual at the time. Did my usual round of turning on the lights and unlocking the front door from the inside before heading back to make some coffee. I noticed Ronnie was standing over by the copier. He was facing away from me, assuming he must have come in while I was going around turning on the lights, because I turned the security system off when I entered, so nobody had beat me there. I said, "Good morning," and continued walking to the kitchen. He didn't wind up replying. I assumed that he just didn't hear me. Later that day, not having really thought about it again, I asked Ronnie's wife. She also works with us. I asked where he was because I needed his input on this project. She said that he was at home, sick. I asked what was wrong with him. He had seemed fine when I saw him that morning. She said that he hadn't been there at all, and that he'd been gotten sick over the weekend. A year or two later, a similar incident happened. Got to work early, and after I had made coffee, I saw Ronnie waking up in the steps, or not waking, but rather walking up the steps to the second floor. Well, that's good. But then a few minutes later, he and his wife arrived to work. He was wearing entirely different clothes. I had told a few people at work about the incidents, but they had all just considered it a good spooky story to share around Halloween time. That was until earlier this year. Until then, I was the only one who had seen the being that we've dubbed Other Ronnie. Or at least, the only one to share the story of it. But then one day our project manager, I'll call him Wade, he saw it. Wade isn't necessarily a no-nonsense type of person, but he's not really the type to just make stuff up either. He left something upstairs when he left to go home, so he came back, and when he got to the office, it was after everybody else had gone up and locked up. He went to grab whatever it was that he had left. He noticed Ronnie was sitting at a desk upstairs, facing a computer. He said, "Hey." He didn't get a reply, but went to the restroom. When he went to head back out, he noticed Ronnie was gone, though the door had never made the ding sound it always makes when it opens. I haven't seen other Ronnies since then, yet, but I do occasionally think about it and kind of keep an eye out for it. A few things of note. It's always wearing jeans, which Ronnie often, but not always wears. It's always been facing away, and neither Wade nor I saw the face, but overall just looks like the exact same build and size and hairstyle of Ronnie. He never speaks or seems to really do anything. The only time that's ever been in any motion from Other Ronnie was when I saw it walking up from the front step the first time. Curious if anybody has any idea what this might be, or if you've experienced something similar. Childhood paranormal encounters. I listen to podcasts while I work. I've recently been listening to Morbid. I heard about a theory that children, especially those who are distressed or displaced, tend to be able to interact with or notice entities that adults may not be able to. I'm not sure about the validity of it, but it made sense to me and applied pretty well to my own experiences. I'd like to start off by saying that as of now, I find it very hard to believe in the paranormal. It's not for lack of trying. I find the paranormal extremely interesting. I always have. But outside of the experiences that I had when I was little, I've never seen anything since. This reason is why I tend to believe the theory about children being more perceptive to the paranormal. I no longer have experiences of this kind now as I'm an adult. I'm very much a see-it-to-believe-it sort of person. It annoys me immensely that I'm this way, but it's how I am and I can't seem to change it. Although I experience no paranormal activity currently, I did a lot when I was little. And I'd also like to clarify that I've never had a history with auditory or visual hallucinations, or nobody in my family has either. Even as a child, I was doubtful and pretty overly rational. I've never been able to explain away the things that I've experienced. I've lived in many homes throughout my life, as my parents liked to buy old foreclosed homes, fix them up, and then sell them. I only had an issue with one house in particular. I'd guess I was in middle school, but definitely on the younger side. The first time I walked into this house, I was immediately put off by something I couldn't place. It was a small or medium 2-story house with an unfinished basement located in a very shady neighborhood. Well, that's what I used to think. At first I had no reason to explain why I didn't like being inside the house. Eventually, though, strange things started to happen to me. One time I was in the house alone. I was playing in my room and I heard somebody calling my name. This wasn't a mumble or the TV or anything like that. It sounded exactly like my mother, and at the time I didn't know I was alone in the house. I got up to go see what my mom needed. Unexpectedly, I couldn't find her. I was about to go back to my room when I heard her call my name again. This time I was in the kitchen, where the door to the basement was. I knew for a fact the voice had come from the basement, and I didn't like the basement. I was scared of it, and really any basement in general. I was hesitant to answer my mom's call. I opened the door, peeked down the staircase, and noticed that none of the lights were on. It was pitch black down there. I doubt you'd be able to see anything without a flashlight. I got even more creeped out, and I was pulling back and closing the door, and I heard her call my name again. Then again, and it was definitely coming from the basement. My stomach fell to my ass. I decided that I needed to get out of the house immediately. I burst out the front door, and I find my mother outside watering a rose bush. She had earbuds and listened to music. I stop her and I ask her. I ask her outside and I ask her if she was calling my name. She tells me that she wasn't, and she's been doing yard work for a couple of hours. I was fucking freaked. Refused to go back inside without her. Still wasn't satisfied even after she went down to the basement and declared nothing was down there. I never heard that call again, though. The rest of my experiences kind of blend together. They most often happened at night while I was in bed and my mother was asleep. The only reason I was awake so late most nights was because I was truly terrified to close my eyes. I would hear things at night, like voices and steps. I would get so terrified I would sneak into my mom's room and sleep on the floor next to her bed so I didn't have to wake her up. First, the steps. It was always around the same time in the morning. 1 to 2 a.m., I think. I would hear somebody walking up the stairs, pause, and then walk back down. This would happen a couple of times before it stopped completely. Didn't hear it again until the next day. It wasn't every night, but it was a lot of them. I never got up to see what it was because I knew for a fact it wasn't my mom, the only other person who lived with me. I wasn't really interested in meeting whatever was making the noise. I always pictured a little girl in a nightgown. I'm not sure if that's just a horror movie influence or if it was somehow picking up the thing like how it actually was. Additionally, the spare bedroom upstairs had a door that led to the attic. In case that glitch just caught me off guard. Additionally, the spare bedroom upstairs had a small door that led to the attic. I would hear similar steps above me on the wood beams. They'd be placed above the insulation. Next, the voices. This was the tipping point for my mother, I think. She was getting increasingly annoyed with how terrified I was almost every night now. I would always end up waking her up and would ask her if I could sleep in her room. And for some reason, she really didn't like letting me in there. Thought forcing me to stay in my own room would make me more brave or independent or something. At one point, she put, our 2 dogs in my room with me before bed to put a little bit of a gate up in the doorway. That way, they would stay in the room with me all night. It was supposed to be comforting, but it wasn't. The voices I would hear would come from my closet. I was sure that they sounded like children. I would simply hide under the covers and shake until I somehow eventually fall asleep. But the night my mom had her dogs stay in my room with me, they heard them too. They were growling at my closet and pacing in front of the gate, just crying to be let out of the room. They wouldn't come anywhere near my bed because it was right in front of the closet. They would only stay on the other side of the room. I never once checked the closet at night, and again, I didn't want to know. The last thing I can remember is that my favorite stuffed animal, the one who I slept with, the one that I hugged to my chest every night without fail, they ended up on the other side of my room in my rocking chair in the sitting position. She was one of those robotic dogs that barked and wagged its tail and shit. So her front legs were adjustable and you could have her laying down or sitting up. It wasn't really easy to adjust her legs either. It wasn't like I accidentally moved them to the sitting position as I slept. And I know that I hardly move in my sleep anyway. I went to bed with my Stuffy hugged against my chest facing the wall and my bed against with the Stuffy laying down on the bed. I woke up the next morning, it was missing. Thought she'd fallen off the bed. So when I turned around to look, I found that she was now sitting upright in the rocking chair staring at me. After that, I became extremely scared of her. I'd only ever say nice things to her, so I thought I needed to appease the ghost I thought that was maybe inside her. I actually still have her to this day. I'm still pretty scared of her. My friends all know who she is and actually equally terrified of her, but I'm just too kind of sentimental to send her away. Those are the experiences I can remember. Hope I've posted this to the right subreddit. If not, please let me know and I'll do my best to adjust it. I posted this because I wanted to ask what other people thought of what might happen when I was little. My mom ended up sending me to therapy because of how scared I was all the time, but no matter what the therapist did, he could never really help me get over the fear or the experiences. But they didn't stop until we eventually moved out of that house. Disturbed something in an old cemetery. I've developed an admittedly odd hobby of scouring old offline maps, weird findagrave.com entries, and local history books to locate forgotten or abandoned cemeteries and counties that I live in. When I'm lucky enough to find one, I'll go out to it, take photos to upload into findagrave.com. At the place on Google Maps so it doesn't get lost again. Too morbid to many, but for me, it's pretty good reason enough to go out and have an outdoors adventure with my kid. That's pretty cool. Earlier this year, I visited a pioneer cemetery dating back to the mid-1850s. Most of them in this part of Texas do. I went out, took my pictures, and I left. I was the only one there, and it was small, with only one family buried in it. Some research indicated that the family patriarch founded the first ever pharmacy in town. No weird feelings, no seeing ghosts, nothing like that. Just a peaceful, short visit. As I was trying to fall asleep that night, I was trying to think about the day's activities. My thoughts went to the cemetery, then to a little bench that I remember from the middle of the cemetery, then to a man sitting on the bench. A man with no face. In my memory, this man was sitting there facing me. They were dressed in old-timey dark clothes and wearing a dark top hat. He was tall and thin, a white guy, tanned. When I tried to picture his face, all I could see is a blank slate. No features. Like a mouth from a portrait. Still a head there with hair and a hat, but nothing else. This memory was accompanied by a very strong feeling of presence. Like more than just a hollow memory. The only other time I felt this way was the evening of my grandfather's funeral. That night I dreamed that my grandfather came by to say goodbye to me. He didn't say anything that I remember. Instead, he just smiled at me and just kind of hung out in my dream a while. The memory of this weird old guy on the bench in that cemetery just felt like this dream of my granddad. That was weird, I thought to myself. Figured I was imagining things. I was still wide awake at this point, so I tried my hardest to forget about it and to go to sleep. I didn't think about it again until the next day. That's when I was walking down the stairs of my house into the living room. That's when I glanced briefly, just at the fireplace, and I was struck by that same feeling. The one of the old guy's presence from my dream. This time I was also accompanied by what felt like a strong curiosity. The feeling lasted for maybe 30 seconds, then it was gone as fast as it had come. It's never returned. For context, I don't have any run-ins with spirits ever, other than the dream of my grandfather. I haven't experienced anything like this before or since. And the way it felt as it was happening was so bizarre. It felt tangible, more than any of my other random fleeting thoughts or daydreams ever do. It felt real, even though there was nothing there in my living room. I either imagined all of it, or I was followed home by an old man's spirit who was curious about me. It's likely the former, but the possibility of it being the latter gnaws at me. Still on the hunt for, forgotten cemeteries. Hopefully I'm alone in my memories of the next ones I visit. That's a cool hobby. I believe I've seen ghosts. Gonna start this off with an I do believe in supernatural entities, be it ghosts or fae. This world and universe are too big for me to not think that there can't be at least a chance of these things. I've always seen things out of the corners of my eyes, but like everybody else, I'm just like, oh, that's a bug, or maybe a cat. Sometimes I know what I saw. One thing that really sticks with me, it was in 2022. I went to my great-grandma's funeral. She went by Gigi, so it's easier to tighten. She was a sweet and kind soul and always patient and loving with us kids, so a large portion of the very big family flew in for her funeral, myself included. During the ceremony, I watched everybody else, my dad, brother, aunt, grandma, as they all went up in front of the little hut thing that we were at and said words about her. Each time I watched this image of her in my head, not something I could physically see, but I could feel, like watching her comfort my aunt and telling her not to cry, hugging my dad as she sang a song to her. And as the ceremony was wrapping up, I saw her go to the side with my great-grandpa who died when I was younger, so I don't really remember him. The two flew off as doves. Literally, they were a pair of doves that were hanging around and took off. I know from my dad that we've had what he calls witches in our family lineage, which I interpret as high energy for spirituality or whatever you may call it. So I was talking to my aunt about me seeing her at the funeral, and that's when one of my cousins, who was distantly related, came up and asked if I saw her. Apparently they had seen her too, and I confirmed I did. We started talking about these things and what happens at the funeral and other things that we've seen throughout life. Shadows and other ghosts. Part of me says that I have hallucinations about, like, once in a while, maybe due to an act of imagination, but the other part loves this little thing I can do. It's scary at times, but it's my best memory when it comes to the paranormal. I don't know if this helps people or if it's just another person rambling, but that's my experience. We're all a person rambling at some point. Headless ghost encounter. Me and my buddy were riding home through the woods in Alabama. We're going down a rural patch of road on an old highway. We'd been hunting that morning and we didn't end up killing a deer, so we decided to go fish and grab some food. The morning hunt felt strange, as if I was being watched in the woods. I'm a police officer and a retired Marine. I don't get spooked easily. A pack of wild dogs ran through where my stand was. I kept feeling that burning feeling of being watched, prompted me to leave early. The dark woods of Alabama is a scary place. After the hunt, we fished at the pond, and in a while we returned home. On the way home, we ran into something I've struggled with since that day. It was exactly 12 noon when we saw it. Before I get into the incident, you need to know some history about Baldwin, Alabama. The Battle of Blakely was fought along this particular highway. This battle was a bloody onslaught that occurred at the end of the Civil War. It resulted in immense casualties. Now on to what happened. We were around mile marker 18, and to the right there it was. On a grassy embankment and a curve in the road, just past an old bridge that we passed, stood a tall black horse. It had a rider wearing black armor. It had black gloves gripping his horn on the saddle with a sword sheathed. This dark rider was massive in figure and missing its head. You heard me right, a headless horseman. The horse was abnormally large and was darker than night. The rider stoically sat in the saddle facing the sword as if he were waiting on something as we drove past. Now I don't spook easily, and my buddy doesn't believe in anything, well, like that. As we passed the horseman, time seemed to slow down as I sucked in every detail available. I remember everything about it. My buddy also stared in disbelief as we seemed to glide past the safety with the truck, like some sort of safari from hell. Now here's where it gets weird, if it wasn't weird enough already. So when we passed it, it looked back in the mirrors and just poof, it was gone. And this area was rural. The horseman couldn't have come from anywhere or be headed anywhere that fast. My friend told me shortly after that he didn't want to speak about it ever again. He was shook up. It wasn't until later that he recounted his story. We saw the same thing, all up until we passed the horseman. His account was that the horseman was on the left side of the road and slowly walked into the center of the road and disappeared. I saw him clear as day on the right side of the road. Anybody else seen him? Let me know. An experience I still think about. Anybody who comes across this is going to be long. When I was younger, like 3 to 5, I had massive stomach surgery. I almost died because of a tumor in my stomach. When I was finally healed, we had moved into my grandparents' old house. I'd never sleepwalked before, but when we moved, I would sleepwalk to the basement and pee down the stairs. Weird, right? Not paranormal. Maybe the introduction of a new home caused it. Maybe it was because I was so young. My family has native heritage, but I was and still am the whitest kid in the block. We have a chest down there for my fully native great-great-grandfather. We believe that it's haunted with something bad, but I'll start the story now. When I was 5, I had fully woken up because I had to pee. Something was different. I felt watched and I felt like I was going to be heard. It was the first time I ever felt something like that. Hair raising and all. I couldn't comprehend. I saw my door open by itself and I was floored. I sat up in bed and I heard a little girl giggling. I tried to get up to see who it was, but as I did, I was shoved back super hard into my bed and I bounced on the springs. It felt like a massive hand. I screamed so hard, ran to my parents to tell them, and I slept with them that night. There's something malevolent in my parents' toy room this day. We've laid salt and we've had others comment on it, saying that they won't go in there without knowing about it. I have more stories about that room that are worse, but this is my first paranormal experience. If you made it this far, thank you for reading. Only people who believe me are my family, because they remember me screaming. I personally think that the house itself isn't haunted from a dead person. It was built in the frickin' 90s. My parents are the second owner after the grandparents. Nobody's died there, but I can say that it's charged with horrible, horrible energy. How to fix this? What does it mean? My friend and I found a broken mirror in the middle of the woods. I took a shard of it home with me. That was like 2 years ago. Since then, really strange things have happened to both of us. One of them was last year on Halloween. We were walking along in the woods at night. That's when suddenly my friend said that she saw something behind us. All you could see was a dark shadow, maybe as big as a dog. But when I put my flashlight on it, it started growing taller and became a man. He then started walking towards us, and he was about to pass by us. I wanted to apologize for pointing the light directly at his face, so I said, "I'm sorry." The moment those words left my mouth, he abruptly halted and really slowly turned around. Never in my life have I felt so much danger emanating off of one person. While turning around, he had a huge grin on his pale face, made my heart drop. He then stood in front of us grinning, eyes wide. After some time, he turned around and walked back away into the woods. I don't want to sound weird, but he didn't seem human. Something was just so off about him. And also, we live in a small town, and you usually know the people you pass in the street, at least by sight. We've never seen that man before. So let me explain how I think that connects to the mirror. Both of us always felt a sort of draw to that place in the woods, so we frequently went there. Each time we'd go a bit farther. One day we found this path, but when walking along it, noticed that it didn't lead to anywhere. When we walked back, we found the mirror leaning against a tree. After taking the shard, while walking back, my friend heard a small voice say, "Help me," out of the underbrush. We were both freaked out by it, so we sped up our walking and continued. That wasn't the last time that we'd been to that place. But recently, whenever we plan on going there, something happens to stop us, like a thunderstorm or us feeling incredibly tired all of a sudden. Long story short, we think that maybe we unleashed something by touching that mirror, and especially by me taking that shard home with me. Maybe something else along with it. Or maybe those strange things aren't happening because of that mirror. I feel I should mention that my friend has visions from time to time that more often than not come true. We both feel haunted to some extent. It feels like there's a presence in my house. I hear noises or see shadows which often cause me to believe that there's an intruder in the house. Additionally, I have really disturbing dreams. A week ago, my brother heard me screaming in the middle of the night saying that I was being watched. When he told me in the morning, I couldn't remember anything about it. Does anybody know what this could mean or know any rituals? Not sure I believe in that sort of thing, but I want to find out what's been happening to me. What do you think about the mirror? I don't dream every day, but when I do dream, it's a nightmare. I know that one day I'll no longer remember this. I know that I will grow up and have more experiences to tell. It all started in my childhood. I was 9. I was on a remote road with a lot of trees, which would have been physically cold. I don't remember exactly, but I felt warm. A few meters away, there was an abandoned ambulance on the road. As a curious child, I went in. Inside, it seemed bigger than the most common ambulances, as if I had been teleported to a room in a morgue or something. I looked at the sink, and there were traces of blood. A few seconds later, I heard the laughter of a newborn child. I looked behind me, and there was a mark with something that resembled a human, only wrapped in a typical hospital sheet. Underneath, there were 2 things wrapped in garbage bags. They moved from side to side. They were small, like newborn babies. Without thinking much, I went to the mark and removed the sheet that covered the thing. It was a rag doll that looked like Annabelle, the real one from the museum. I immediately went out the door and ended up in the same place I started. In front of me, I came across 2 faceless creatures. White as light. They looked like 2 boys. One who looked older said, "What are you doing here? This is not your place. Do you see this road? Run until you reach a hole, and you'll go back to your world again." I did, and I really did go back to my bed. This is the most enigmatic one. I don't even know what I looked like, especially. But I'd like to remember that I was in a place where the walls were white and beige with pastel-colored polka dots. Everybody was wearing 60s-style clothing. It was a birthday party, and the table was huge, by the way. There were a lot of children. But for some reason, I was invisible. I don't remember everything, but I remember a guy came in, curly hair, black, like a mask. Was covering only everything below his eyes. Navy blue coat, white collar, black jeans, black shoes. Couldn't explain it, but nobody noticed him. To me, he had red flags. For some reason, he took a sharp object and murdered through one of those in that room. When the last victim died, he looked at where I was. That's a weird one. The Haunting Phone. Today I want to share a scary story that my father experienced a few years ago. It's one of those stories that gives you chills just thinking about it. I think this is the perfect time to tell it to you. So a few years ago, my father lived in a fairly isolated house in the outskirts of town. It was an old house, a little bit out of time, surrounded by fields and forests. The neighbors were far away. The house was not very well lit at night. You see, the kind of place where the slightest noise seems strange. One winter night, my father was home alone. My mother was away on a work trip. I was staying with friends for the weekend. My father decided to relax for a good book, a fire, cup of tea sort of thing. It was the kind of quiet evening that he liked. Around 10 p.m. while he was immersed in his reading, the landline rang. It was strange because at this time he wasn't expecting any calls. I went to answer, but there was no one on the line, just a heavy silence. A little bit worried, he hung up and went back to his business. A few minutes later, the phone rang again. This time, there was a voice on the other end of the line, but it was so quiet that he had trouble understanding anything. He tried to speak, but the line went silent before abruptly going dead. The phone continued to ring all night. Every time he picked up, there was no one. Or sometimes, incomprehensible murmurs. The worst part was that the calls seemed to come from the same number, a number he didn't even know. After about 10 calls, he decided to unplug the phone to try to have a quiet night. The calls didn't stop. In fact, he noticed that the sound of the ringing was coming from upstairs in the master bedroom. He was sure that it wasn't possible that the phone couldn't ring if the cord was unplugged. It was extremely disturbing. Just then he heard a strange noise coming from upstairs, as if somebody was moving slowly, dragging their feet. My father took a flashlight and went upstairs to check. He found nothing unusual in the room apart from the landline phone, which was now covered in dust as if it had never been touched. When he came downstairs, he saw that the calls had stopped, but the atmosphere had become even more oppressive. The lamps seemed to flicker, and every little noise in the house gave him shivers. The next morning, when he called the phone provider to report a problem, he learned that no one had reported similar problems in the area, and in fact, the number that appeared in his phone was a phone number that had been disabled for months. The phenomenon stopped as sudden as it began, without explanation. But for a long time, every time the phone rang, my father couldn't help but wonder if it would happen again. That was the scary story my father experienced. I don't know what you think, but for him, it's a night we will never forget. If you have experienced something similar, or have had an explanation for this kind of phenomenon, I'd love to read your comments. See you soon. Watch your phones. Did I encounter a cult? To start off, I live in rural southern France. I'm in an area which is at the foothills of the Pyrenees mountain range, and the town closer to the mountains, like all the mountain towns, have weird stuff happening in them. But I live in a sort of flatter area about 30 minutes from there, so paranormal encounters aren't really a thing. The story starts in summer. We're in my smallish town, and my brother and his friends were having a party at an abandoned windmill, right at the top of a hill about 10 or 15 minute walk from my house. They were all going to sleep in tents, so he was all set and just went out. About 2 hours after his departure, he calls me. He says that he left his power bank charger in his room and if I could bring it to him. But, sort of being intimidated by the older brother, I obviously obliged. I wake up, hand it to him briefly, just talk, and I'm off again. Now the hill is very steep, so I'm rather slow going down, and eventually there's a field or a clearing to the side, and there's like loads of people. They're all dressed like 70s hippies with 2 donkeys and loads of tents. At this point, I'm not really scared, but I'm sort of confused, and in French I say, well, this thing that the narrator can't say because it's French. And then they just don't respond. But they acknowledge my presence where I detect that I'm not wanted. But the bit I don't understand is that this is 2 minutes from the windmill. They weren't there on the way up. I just can't wrap my head around it, and this was 7 years ago. I was 9 at the time, so I said nothing to anybody apart from my brother. They all said that, well, kind of creeped me out, but not really anything else. And the energy I got from them when they greeted me, I got extremely uncomfortable. So I don't know why my brother suggested a cult, but give me some other suggestions and theories. Well, it does check a few cult boxes. A little bit too open-ended, though. Once we saw something flying above us at night. There we were, 2 friends. Me, all at 12 or 13 years, talking shit at night in the sidewalk. I saw above us something flying in circles. It looked like a piece of cloth, like a Dementor, but smaller, maybe 5 feet long and 30 feet above us. I didn't said nothing trying to play it cool. I've already told my friends above other supernatural things happening in my house, and I didn't want it to be again something for them to not give a fuck again. The thing is, one of them saw it and asked us to confirm it, and yeah, 3 of us saw it, and after a few minutes we stopped caring about it. It was 2001. Not one of us had cell phones nor cameras. That's all. Other supernatural things happen in my house. It's like the hat man on the door. Sleep paralysis we all suffered at some point. But my mother think that they're demons. A guy puffing a cigar sat between my bed and my sister's bed. Hearing a cutlery drawer falling, but nothing was on the floor. When I was a teenager, some random dude in a group of friends told about my room that he felt something was looking at him from there. A little bit random. My daughter is seeing something. My 26-month daughter, who's 3 years old, is finally talking to where we can finally understand most of what she says. I recently bought a house and finished moving in. It's a nice, quiet neighborhood outside of her next door, Karen. My sister and my wife said that they heard my daughter talking with somebody in her room. They heard somebody responding to her as well. Upon investigating, there's nobody there. Told them they must have been hearing things, and she just started playing and practicing her speech. 2 days later, I had my first ever case of sleep paralysis. It was 3 a.m. and I was drifting off to sleep. Shortly after I fell asleep, I locked up and felt like I was being laid on. I heard a creepy exhale in my left ear that was really quiet at first and got really loud. I broke myself out of it by screaming, "Babe!" I guess I didn't scream because my wife was still asleep. Never had that happen in houses that were confirmed to be haunted. The following morning, I walked into my daughter's room and not sure if it was the same thing that she'd been talking to because the presence was definitely an angry female. It started speaking to us, address the thing. I said that this is my house now and that they aren't welcome. I said that I will not be held down in my own bed and I will not terrify my daughter or talk to her at all. I said that I'm giving it the option to leave on its own, or I'd be calling a priest. This was mainly to give respect to it, since it was human at one point, and I wanted to give it like that human option. After I finished speaking, the air felt lighter. Nothing happened for a good while. Fast forward 5 months later to tonight. My daughter's been inconsolably crying in her new room. We moved her across the house. I'd been checking on her every hour, making sure that she had what she needed and nothing was working. My wife came in the room and started talking to her, and she uttered out how she was scared. When we asked what of, she pointed to the upper corner of her room above her bed and she said, "She's so up there." We said, "Who is she?" Without an answer, I told her to come to me. Face the corner and she pointed it and tell it to go away. She happily did and turned back to me and was chatting with my wife about it. She turned around and said, "Where'd she go?" So I repeated the question that she asked me. She looked around and said, "She's right there," pointing at the ceiling in between two corners now directly above her bed. I spoke to what I believe now as somebody who might be attached to the house. I thought that we fixed this issue, but I guess I'm going to have to call the priest since you don't want to leave. I told my daughter that if she sees her again to say, "Go away." Left her bedroom light on and gave her some milk, and that seemed to have done the trick to get her to sleep. Anybody have any advice on what this could be? How would I go about explaining this to a priest, and does this even require a priest? So many unanswered questions, but something's scaring my daughter and I want it to stop. Mom asked me to open the door, but it wasn't her. I was about to take a nap on my sofa. I wasn't really tired, just had nothing to do. And that's when somebody buzzed my intercom twice. I ignored it, but since this person insisted and buzzed again, I figured it could be my mom. She had forgotten her keys that day, so I assumed it was her coming back from work. When I asked who that person was, they replied with, "Open, it's Mom." Didn't think anything of it since it was her exact same voice. I heard it clearly. I left the door to her house open and went back to my sofa. While I was waiting for her, at least 5 minutes had passed and nobody came. Thought it was weird and called her. She didn't answer. Got tired and decided to take my nap. When I woke up around an hour later, door still open, I went to check and there's no one in the house. So a couple of hours later she came back from work and I asked for an explanation. She said that by the time I had heard this intercom, it was 4 p.m. and she was at work. I explained what had happened and she basically just as shocked as me. She then later told me that she'd received an SMS from our local post office saying that the mailman had come by her house, but no one answered. So we thought there was nobody in and left, and at the same time I had heard the intercom and actually answered. My grandparents' house. This took place back in 2019 when I was 11. My grandparents live in a large Victorian-styled home on the outskirts of Portland, Oregon. The building was made in the late 1800s, so it has that classic old building look to it. Me and my family go down there occasionally from our home up near Bellingham, Washington. And in early September of that year, my family decided that we wanted to pay my grandparents a visit. I was excited to see my grandparents, but not so much to go to that house. Up until that point, nothing out of the ordinary had happened in that house. The only thing it did was sort of creep me out, especially if I was alone. The first day we were there, nothing out of the ordinary happened. My grandparents and I did our annual game of Clue. It's a murder mystery board game. We enjoyed dinner, and that was basically it. But little did I know that when I went to sleep that night that tomorrow would be anything but ordinary. When I got up the next day, I was excited. I was a pretty die-hard Seahawks fan, and today was going to be their first game of the season. Outside, it was warm and muggy, so in my room, which was one of the 2 rooms on the 3rd floor, I had to open the window with the fan on it to let all the hot air out. Later that day, my dad came up to my room and said that he and everybody else was going to go on a walk. I acknowledged him by nodding, glued to the Seahawks game that was on my tablet screen. Then he left, shut the door behind him. What happens next still terrifies me to this day. About 10 minutes later, I heard what I thought to be my mom yelling from downstairs. Somewhat annoyed, I stood up and turned the fan off next to the window to listen to my mom. She was actually calling me. Or maybe my mind was just playing tricks on me. Then I heard it again. My mom was definitely calling my name. I opened the door, frustrated, like I was missing part of the game, and yelled annoyed, like, "Yeah." When there was no response, I yelled down the 3rd floor stairs again, "Yeah." Then my mom called back and said something like, "Want to show you this," or something like that. Couldn't really make out what she was saying. Annoyed, but not wanting to ignore my mom, I hurried down the stairs on the 2nd floor. "Where are you?" I genuinely didn't know where she was. "Here," she said. It sounded like it was coming from the 1st floor. Something was off. Her voice sounded very muffled and very weird. Played it off as just me being paranoid, so I walked down the first floor, now getting a little scared. "Mom," I said. No reply. I searched almost every room and no one was there. That only left one room, the basement. There was no way in hell I was going down there, though. So I started heading back towards the stairs when all of a sudden the basement door swung open. I yelled, spinning around. No one was there. Then I heard footsteps walking down the basement stairs. Someone was definitely there. I then heard my mom say again, "Here," in that same weird voice. I got chills down my spine. Something definitely wasn't right. I turned and ran as fast as I could up the stairs into the second floor. I ran across the kitchen to the narrow staircase that led up to the third floor. Then I stopped dead in my tracks, paralyzed. At the top of the staircase was a shadow-like person without a face. They were saying something in my mother's voice. "Here." I screamed at the top of my lungs and practically threw myself down the stairs and out the front door. I then waited outside near the trees, glancing over my shoulder every 2 seconds before my family finally came back from their walk. When I told them what had happened, they didn't believe me at first. But seeing as I was crying, they looked pretty genuinely freaked out. They told me that they believed me. I don't know if they were telling the truth or if they just wanted me to feel comforted, but either way, there's no way I was sleeping in that building. After about 10 minutes of reasoning with them, I decided I'd be more comfortable if I slept with my parents that night. And this incident still haunts me to this day. I rarely ever sleep in a room alone in that house anymore. Is it normal that I keep seeing things? Since I was like 4 years old, I saw spirits and things that I can't explain. When I was 4, I used to get scared a lot because I didn't understand what they were. I remember when I was staying at my sister's house, I woke up at around 3 a.m. and wanted to use the bathroom. Back then we were in Sudan. People there would sleep outside in their compounds when it's hot. So that night we were all sleeping outside. But to get to the bathroom, we had to use the door to get inside the house through the seating room. I remember seeing many skeleton-looking spirits and figures, and they were all looking at me, as if they knew I could see them. They seemed like they were in like a party or something. I remember seeing many skeletal-looking spirits, and, well, I remember refusing and crying to walk through the sitting room, so instead I used the corridor that's like at the compound at the back of the house. I remember when I was in the bathroom, I saw flying toothbrushes. They were leading me to the gate of the house. When I reached the gate of the house, I saw my other sister leaving with my niece. I was so hurt that she left me behind and didn't take me with her, so I ran following her. Thank God my other sister and that I was staying at her house. Thank God she came after me, because little did I know that I was chasing spirits disguised as my sister and niece. Then after she took me inside the house, she took me to sleep. But I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing things that I couldn't understand. Eventually I fell asleep, though. Another incident was when I was at my grandma's house. My older brother was going to close the balcony door. I saw a skeleton-looking spirit holding a knife standing where my brother was heading. Another incident was when I was at my grandma's house. My older brother was going to close the balcony door. I saw a skeleton-looking spirit holding a knife standing where my brother was heading. Again. Tell me why my 4-year-old ass ran and tried to take the knife away from the spirit. I literally started fighting with the spirit, but I couldn't hold it. It was staring at me. Tried my best to hold it, to punch it, kick it. Nothing worked, and then it just disappeared. Then, after some months, I was at my grandma's place. I heard my grandma and older sister talk about a djinn, or a demon figure that used to appear in people's houses in our community. Tell me why the moment they spoke about that djinn or demon, I clearly saw it in my mind. Like, I clearly knew how it looked. Like, what the fuck? Then days after that, I was with my cousin at my grandma's place. She was like 7 years old at the time, and I was still 4. We tried cooking food, but we couldn't, so we decided to sleep. So for a guy from Sudan, this guy's good at curse words, or, liberal with curse words. So my 4-year-old ass, before sleeping, decides to let fire consume the kitchen. Then I instantly fell asleep. I woke up to a very bright light in the kitchen. When I rushed to see what it was, the bright light was the kitchen getting consumed by fire. Like, literally, the whole house was about to get burnt and destroyed. When I was 9, I watched The Legend of Korra. I was very excited, so I decided to practice with Aang taught Korra. He taught her wind binding, so I did everything that I saw in the cartoon. Tell me why I ended up controlling wind and pushing by little sister so hard that she flew and fell on her back and ran scared. Then months later, I think I was 11 or something, I was on the balcony alone. I see a baby holding on the door of the balcony and trying to walk, and then the baby just disappeared. Then 2 years from that moment, my older sister and I was just gave birth to a child. 9 months after giving birth, the baby wore the same clothes of the baby that I saw before. He even held onto the balcony and tried to walk the same way the baby I saw years ago did. So, am I able to see into the future? Probably not. But also, since I was a child, I also knew things. If somebody did something and if they're trying to hide, I always knew exactly what they did even though I had no evidence and never even witnessed them doing it. But I always ended up being right. I'm 19 now. I still keep seeing creatures. Sometimes ones that look human but disappear in a moment. Sometimes it's just a shadow, sometimes spirits. I don't know why I see them and why I even hear things are different, like melodies. What the fuck? Welcome to Paranormal M, your source for chilling ghost stories and supernatural phenomena. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications to stay updated with our latest content. Prepare for a spooky ride. What the fuck happened? Anyone experienced something similar? This story just happened to a good friend of my mother's this weekend. I got literal full-body chills when she told us. They were on the way home on the motorway, a family of 4 in the car. Nothing out of the ordinary, a normal, warm, sunny day having conversations in the car. That's when literally out of nowhere the windshield burst into pieces. Her husband managed to stay collected so he didn't turn the car or step on the brake. Just slowed down and stopped at the nearest gas station. They got out and they made sure nobody was injured. Thankfully everybody got away without a scratch. They cleaned the glass pieces from their clothes, hair, and just tried to clean the glass from their car as much as they could and inspected the damage. Her husband made calls to the insurance company and let their families know what happened and that they'll get home late. Suddenly out of nowhere, 2 strange men approached them. They described them as looking very out of place. They looked like albinos, like having super white skin and hair, wearing, as they said, clothes from the 80s. They were both wearing thick leather jackets. Pretty strange considering the summer heat when everybody had t-shirts. It was not only their strange looks, but they were saying things like, "This is all it takes for a family's life to be gone." And, "They're very lucky. It's good that they were protected by the higher power." At the time, they didn't think much of the whole situation. After this, more people started coming to check on them when they noticed the damaged car and their shock. But as they got home and talked about the whole situation and what happened, they all realized the 2 men just disappeared as they also appeared out of nowhere. There weren't any motorcycles or cars near them. The people who came to check later were also coming from the gas station, parking further away. Now, of course, as they talked about it and tried to rationalize it, They said that they could have just been like motorcyclists considering the leather jackets, also noticing the damaged car from the gas station as they pulled up to the parking space. And in their shocked state, they didn't notice them coming. But they all got these weird chills when they discussed looking back at how weird and just completely out of place the two men were. Also the things that they were saying. They have no idea what caused the windshield to burst, because a rock alone shouldn't burst the whole windshield, which was in pretty much a completely perfect state. No cracks, no nothing. They all said that they were very lucky that they didn't get injured. Well, and what gave me the chills is the family didn't want to tell them that day because of the accident. They only told them the next day that around the same time this happened, her father passed away. There are skeptics, but they said it made them think who and what these two men were. Maybe their father sent them. Angels, aliens, spirits, something else. Just two men who now appear strange, now that the shock is gone. I'd be interested in what you think, or if anybody else has met men similar to the description. Maybe we'll have an easier time making sense of what happened. Unnatural dream. When I was a kid, probably 5 or 6 years old, I was at a family friend's house with their son, who's a little bit older than me. Our two families were very close. Both shared a deep fascination with mysticism, especially Native American folklore. I was laying in my friend's bunk bed, the lower level, and to find a small bag of rocks and gems in like a silk bed that were hidden. So naturally, as a kid, I dumped them all out and I was playing with them. My friend comes into the room and absolutely loses his mind. He told me those rocks were cleansed through a Native American ceremony that he was only allowed to touch. They were supposed to ward off spirits, negative energy, things like that. He told me that they were hidden on purpose, and I tainted the ceremony's magic, so to speak, rifling through them. I was young and just said whatever. That night I slept over at his house. I proceeded to have the most powerful dream I've ever had in my life. I was so young and I can still play it back to this day, and I'm 30 years old now. I'm laying on my back because I'm sleeping. I'm looking down at myself and I know I'm asleep, but I can move. The room is misty and dimly lit. A lot of shade of dark blue mixed with shifting shadows. There's nothing else in my friend's room except me laying down. The corner appears this horrific-looking old-timey person. A guy. Very cliche, but it is what I saw. Had the fancy coat with the tails. Coattails. Nasty, stringy hair over a balding skull. And as fast as he entered my view, he flew over to my body on the ground and starts choking the life out of me, screaming in some ungodly, banshee-like way. And then all of a sudden I'm in my body staring into this horrific black eye. They say you can't feel pain in dreams, but I felt the breath in my lungs being squeezed out while I tried to scream, choking me harder and harder, laughing like it was bringing me joy. Meanwhile, in the waking world, I'm stuck in a state of sleep paralysis, screaming at the top of my lungs while my friend frantically tried shaking me awake. I do eventually wake up throwing crazy haymakers. Tears are coming out like I've never felt being so young. My throat was actually in pain. It may have been some sort of placebo thing. Anyways, that's the story. I'm sure I was just young and watched too many scary shit. Never touch anybody's special rocks, though. Banshee might try to kill you in your sleep. Duly noted. Eaton Canyon, California. Does anybody know if Eaton is haunted? I had a very weird, scary experience. Don't know how to explain it, but every time I go past beyond the first waterfall, it feels like somebody's watching me, like all the time. There's a cave between the second and third waterfall. That cave, I don't know. That cave, it always seemed like there was something lurking in there. Something bad. Something evil. I know when the last time I found a deer skull on top of a big rock across that cave. To be honest, I panicked a little. There and then I got goosebumps all over my body. My inner instinct told me to leave and get out of there and remain calm. There was also a rosary hanging at the cliff. It gave me chills, and out of nowhere, like a huge breeze hit me like it was telling me to get out. Not now. After I headed down as fast as I can before it got dark. Once I got down, the sun had set and it was pitch black. I swear to God himself, it sounded like somebody threw something in the water. But here's the thing. When you throw something in the water, if it's like a rock or anything, there's like a sound right after, you know what I mean? But nope, sounded like something like jumping in the water. And for a second it was dead silent. Bugs and birds went silent. The only thing I can hear was the river flow, and something just didn't seem right. I wanted to run, but it was so dark I couldn't really see. I remember somebody telling me, if you run, it will chase you. I took a deep breath, pretend that I didn't hear anything, and I started to walk down the stream. But I can feel somebody watching me behind me, and I can hear footsteps from far away behind me. I didn't want to look back. I just kept on moving forward. When I got to the bottom of the trail, there was a little river stream that you cross to get to the parking lot. I shit you not. Out of nowhere, a hard breeze hit in the left of the trees and bushes. It sounded like something was rushing toward me. Branches were snapping and cracking. I stopped for a second. A branch flew past right by me. Stopped for a moment, stood my ground. Started praying in my head as hard as I could. I didn't see anything, but I felt an evil presence. I felt somebody touch my right shoulder, like it told me you need me to stop, like maybe just keep on moving. Sort of like tapping you forward. I pretended nothing happened once I crossed that stream. Stopped the feeling and the presence, and I was able to breathe normally. I did go back to check it out, but the path to get there was ruined by a rock slide. So I left it at that and haven't gone back. I didn't believe until I didn't have a choice. Part 1. The very, very beginning. When I was about 12, my mom married a really great man, Ron. This was the classic tale of a blended family. I was my mom's only child, and my stepdad had 2 sons of his own, one slightly older and one slightly younger than I was. Shortly after getting married, they had my youngest sister. We're going to call her Polly. Ron was super fun and the ideal stepdad. Imagine a kid trapped in an adult body, I guess. The only thing I didn't like about Ron, his family and his church. His family was super dysfunctional and toxic. His kids were bad. I hated being around them. I'll get more to this later, but he didn't have custody and he was trying to get it. His church was very different from what I used to. I grew up Catholic. I'm not sure what he was, but at his church the service would take hours. There'd be people barefoot in the aisles, randomly shouting out, speaking in tongues. Whole production. Nothing wrong with that, but if you're Catholic and, well, you've ever been to this kind of church, it's a very different experience. We didn't go to his church often, but after my sister was born, he wanted to go a lot more. There was this one very sweet old lady at his church who would always come up and say hi to my mom and the new baby. We didn't know her well, and she would be the first odd experience that we had. One day my mom, Ron, baby Polly, stepbrothers and myself all went to this church. The older woman came up to us, and instead of her typical upbeat, happy demeanor, she seemed very concerned. pulled my mom aside from the group. She warned my mom, and she could see and she could sense a very, very dark, evil, powerful energy attached to Ron's family. She said she could see it already affecting him and his boys. Warned my mom, and she needed to get my sister and myself away to keep us safe. This woman was very concerned, but my mom brushed the whole situation off as just being a crazy lady. His kids kept getting worse, trying to attract pedophiles online because they thought it was funny. One tried to kill his grandfather, theft, vandalism, all sorts. So they weren't allowed to come around as often. Well, that's good. Simultaneously, my stepdad began to get cranky, sluggish, and weird. I started feeling very uncomfortable around him, disconnected. Trigger ahead. You've been warned. This all came to a head shortly after my sister turned 1. My stepdad hung and killed himself, and I found his body. We had no warning, and in hindsight, I can see changes in his behavior, but none that would have made us think that this was coming. He left a note to my mom and sister, literally deeply, sloppily scratched into the wood on top of a desk in the same room. Very rushed, too, not at all in the right state of mind. My mom went into like a months-long state of shock, not eating, not talking, barely able to hold eye contact. We moved out of the house and in with my grandparents temporarily. This is where things started getting weird. My mom was the first to have this little experience. She claims that she could just feel Ron's presence with her, and she would rock Polly to sleep or hang out in Polly's nursery. She would think she could accidentally hear Ron behind her or catch glimpses of him in the corner of her eye. Then she started smelling his cologne clear as day regularly. Part 2. The New House. Eventually, my mom bought a house for us to move into. On the day of closing, she slept in the house on her own first night. She claims to this day that she knew everything would be okay because she felt his presence there so strongly. Could smell his cologne everywhere in the house. She spent the whole first night crying, but feeling sort of reassured that she was going to give us a great life. Ron's presence was a great comfort to her. Really all started as these very minor, some could even say positive, comforting experiences. That was until the first majorly weird experience. Months after moving into my room, I was heading home with Polly from daycare. Polly doesn't remember Ron, and at the time didn't know how he died. One day as my mom and Polly are heading home, Polly, maybe 2 years old, says to my mom that she doesn't want to go home. My mom asks why. Polly responds, because that's where Daddy is. Daddy's sad. My mom's silent. Polly continues. Daddy can't breathe, his throat hurts. Daddy's choking. Starts making choking noises in the back seat. My mom loses her shit and speeds home. She immediately tells me, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know about all that. But it was hard not to believe her when hearing the panic and fear in her voice. We didn't live there long. That was, at least, not living there long until I started experiencing things too. The house is a historic home. It had cold spots. Not, oh, the windows are old in this room, so it's cooler type of spots. But I mean a significant drop-off in temperature by like 15-20 degrees. The cold spots, like 1, my sister's playroom on the first floor off the living room. 2, my bedroom closet, like only upstairs. My sister's bedroom upstairs, too. My first experiences were also pretty minor. I'd open my closet to get changed in the morning, get hit with sort of a burst of cold air daily. My mom and I would be hanging in the living room, and toys in my sister's playroom would regularly go off on their own. Most often it was this riding horse toy you had to sit on, and it would sort of sing this song. I'm a happy, happy horse. That's the name of the song. Toys go off, and this occasional bump in the night eventually turned into the faint sounds of footsteps in the upstairs hallway. We chalked all these things up to having an old house and it being normal to hear some creaks and bumps. I would also hear my sister talking to somebody in the middle of the night in her room. She had this framed picture collage in her room from her dad Ron's funeral service. It was a bunch of pictures of the family, and we'd hear her talking to somebody saying who all the people were. This is my sissy. That was my daddy, and this is my mommy. We set up voice recorders and caught it happening. And when we asked who she was talking to, she always said, "Putt, putt." Our dog also would randomly start barking and growling at nothing in the house. Typically it was in the living room towards the stairs. And things really got so much worse though, guys. Part 3. The Arrival of Mark. My mom started dating Mark. Mark was my best friend's dad. He lived down the street and worked midnights. Mark would come over to the house every now and then and would always notice activity ramping up a bit, at least when he was there, and shortly after he left. We didn't really think anything of it, still just minor things. I did local theater in high school, and there was a girl in I guess you could say my cast, and her name was Katie. They came into rehearsal one day covered in bruises. We found out Katie's husband had been, she'd been hitting her, and she really needed some place to stay until things calmed down. My mom is a GV survivor, so this tugged at her heartstrings, and she told Katie that she didn't have a choice. She was coming to stay with us temporarily. My mom was worried Katie's abusive husband would show up at the house, so she asked Mark to start staying over. And keep in mind, Mark worked midnight, so during the day it was only him and Katie. After Mark moved in, things really took off. Katie stayed for a few days and then suddenly left. It was very hasty. We wouldn't find out until later that, why she left. It was because she was terrified of being alone in her house. She said she would hear things, see figures out of the corner of her eye, felt a very heavy negative energy in the house. She also said she felt like she wasn't alone, and that she was being watched. She asked if our house was haunted, and we laughed at the idea. Then Mark started having experiences, a lot of them. Mark is a very vivid dreamer. According to him, he started having some of the worst, messed up, violent, even sadistic nightmares that he'd ever had in his life. All of them were in our house. Some of them are so bad that to this day he won't tell us what happened. Eventually, he shared with us one particular dream, and he said Ron came to him and was really upset. He had met Ron previously, maybe once at a high school function. In this dream, Ron was yelling at him, telling him that it was extremely important that he finds Tanya. Mark asked who the hell Tanya was. My mom and I were just mind blown. Tanya was one of Ron's sisters. They weren't close, and Mark never met her or knew about her. Yet he kept saying it was really important that we contacted Tanya. The next dream Mark tells us about had us questioning all the happenings around the house even more. Apparently, Ron became a regular in Mark's dreams, getting increasingly more angry and violent with each dream appearance. In the last dream, Ron was losing his mind at Mark about some sort of RC car and how it needed it, and Mark had to find it. My mom and I had no idea what he was talking about, so we contacted Ron's old best friend. The old best friend knew exactly what we were talking about. Apparently, Ron had a little RC electric car he'd always take apart and put back together to make it run faster. Eventually, it just went into a box in the basement. My mom and I never knew about it. The car was well before our time in his life. The best friend asked if we knew about it, and I was pretty shocked to find out it was via my mom's new boyfriend's dream. Part 4. Polly's Bad Behavior and the Missing Apple. The incidents only increased in frequency and severity. Bangs, loud footsteps, sound of running, feeling of not being alone, cold spots even colder. Mark moved in full time. Polly's behavior took a turn for the worst. Polly quickly lost the tiny amount of emotional regulation toddlers have. She threw tantrums constantly, would hit, scream, throw, and bite over the tiniest of things. Her line went through the roof. I figured these were things being learned at daycare. She completely stopped sleeping in her own bedroom because she hated the room. Just walked in the room with her would just lead to a meltdown. She would occasionally sleep in my bed with me, but I told my mom I couldn't do it any longer because every time she sleeps in my room with me, I have very weird and very violent dreams. She started sleeping with my mom instead. Other than the weird dreams, bad behavior, and the car accident, or incident, I guess. The first truly odd experience with Polly would be with her and the missing apple. Polly loved fruits and ate apples regularly. We had a finished basement that was rarely used because it felt kind of weird down there, but we had some of her larger toys there. One day we gave Polly an apple for snack, and later that night remembered that we didn't get it from her to throw it away. My mom kind of got super paranoid about bugs and it's going to be bad, so she asks Polly, "Where's the apple?" Now, Polly had this tent thing that she played in the basement. She always told us that Jesus lives in her tent in the basement. We just said okay and rolled with it. But when we asked where the apple was, she told us that it was hanging out with Jesus in her tent and the bad kids came. No clue who the bad kids are. She would also tell us that there were bad kids in the basement. Polly was adamant that either the bad kids took her apple or that Jesus gave the bad kids the apple. We searched the house and garbage can from top to bottom thousands of times, and I'll be damned, never found that apple. Polly is 13 now and still says that she remembers the bad kids in the basement, still adamant that they took her apple. My mom practically interrogated her about it as a child. Whenever she would be bad, she'd blame the bad kids and said that they told her to do it or that she didn't do it and it was all them. And her behavior just kept getting worse. Well, until she eventually would get so upset about something that she would start screaming. Then she'd start biting herself until she drew blood. This is not normal for a toddler. No. And keep in mind this new habit of violence toward herself. The story only gets crazier from here. And a little side experience that my stepbrother Nick Mark's son had. He didn't live with us, but he did have a key. He wasn't fully aware of any of the things happening in the house at the time. He was coming over to hang out, but we were still out running errands. He said he would just wait for us inside. He swears on his life that when he walked inside, he clearly heard my mom's voice calling for something in the basement. Heard kids. He went down to look for them and then called me to ask where they were. I said that we were still out and asked why. He was adamant that he thought he heard us. Well, while down there, apparently he felt the need to take a shit. Because what a story would it be if my brother didn't include him taking a shit? Didn't want to make the, main bathroom smell, so he used the basement bathroom, since he was already down there. He claims that right after getting off the phone with me and being mid-shit, he heard a child laugh right behind him and he freaked out. According to him, he's never pinched one off and gotten out of the bathroom so quickly in his whole life. The basement kids, maybe. Part 5. The Crazy Sights and Sounds. Now, we'd been living in the house for a year-ish. The experiences were only getting more frequent and undeniable. The footsteps, the toys, the cold spots, the sounds, the dreadful feeling, making excuses for the things happening around us was getting to be very difficult. Polly's being bad. Nobody's getting any sleep. We were frustrated, exhausted, and drained mentally, emotionally, and physically. I think that's when whatever we were dealing with took advantage of us the most. Polly started having night terrors regularly. Very different from a nightmare. It also started sleepwalking. You'd find her standing in the doorway of her room, standing right above the stairs, standing somewhere in your room where you'd wake up and she'd be standing at the side of your bed. We were terrified of her getting hurt. At the same time, the sounds of heavy footsteps upstairs became regular. I remember one night my mom had to put Polly to sleep up in her bed, and Mark, my mom, and I were all sitting in the living room watching a movie. Clear as day, we heard somebody absolutely booking it down the upstairs hallway. We give each other that look, so to speak, and my mom says, "Oh, hell. Oh, no, she's not going to go check." We needed to make sure Polly wasn't sleepwalking. Somehow they convinced me, the teenager, to go upstairs and check on my sister. And there she is, fast asleep in my mom's bed, certainly not sprinting through the hall. Another memorable experience was soon after my sister's 3rd birthday party. Mark, my mom, and myself are hanging out in the living room with Polly upstairs asleep. We hear somebody come barreling through the hallway and down the staircase. Stairs are on the far left side of the living room against the wall. At this point, the sounds of footsteps had become such a normal occurrence it doesn't even fully weird us out anymore. But this night was different. Polly had some helium balloons from her party in the doorway in for playroom. And as we're all sitting there after hearing somebody or something come down the stairs, I kid you not, we started seeing one singular helium balloon very slowly float from our playroom, across the living room, up the stairs. I was astonished. None of us could believe what we just saw. My mom went to get the balloon and found it halfway up the stairs on the landing. To this day, I get goosebumps when I remember this moment. And that was my first sighting, but it wasn't the last. It wouldn't be long until we were seeing figures. The first time I saw a figure was in the upstairs hallway. I never typically kept the lights off when moving around in my house. You could turn the upstairs lights on from the living room, and I hated the dark. My room was immediately at the top of the staircase, and my doorway's on the left-hand side. I was in a rush to grab something from my room, so I ran up the stairs with the lights off. And that's when I saw him. Standing directly in front of me in the hallway was a man, probably 6'5". It was early evening, but still dark, and I remember thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me. I stared at him for a few seconds and felt the fear welling up inside of me. When I snapped out of it, I went to flip a light on. He was standing directly next to the hallway's light switch. I was not about to move closer towards him. I reached my arm inside of my bedroom and quickly flicked the light on. And he was gone. Never saw him again. 2 other people had definite sightings in the house. Mark and my mom. They also had a weird sound experience together. Mark had 2 sightings, and his first one may be my favorite of all the sightings. Like I said before, he did local theater in his high school, so sometimes I would get home very late at night. Mark, my mom, and Polly are all in the master bedroom in bed. That's when Mark says to my mom, "Oh, I didn't know the OP was already at home. She must have just got in." My mom looks at him confused and says, No, they just left the theater. She'll be home in like 30 minutes. Mark is adamant that I must already be home because he swears up and down he just saw me in the hallway outside of the bedroom door. Almost like I leaned over and just peeked my head and part of my body inside of the room. Mark's also so convinced he saw me that they call me and I confirm that I'm not at home. I'm on my way home. When I eventually do get home, Mark thinks that we're messing with him. He thinks that I've been there the whole time. And he has me in their doorway reenacting what he saw, and then he goes, "Huh, no, it definitely wasn't you. You're not tall enough. Whatever I saw took up the whole doorway." Now, I'm not really sure why Mark seemed to think that I was that tall, but it's consistent with my sighting of a very tall man or thing. His next sighting was not nearly as exciting. We had one of those old school attics that you'd sort of pull down the string and the ladder falls from the ceiling. Then you climb up and lift that wicked heavy door at the top and get in. We kept holiday decorations in the attic. Mark says that when he opened the attic, he saw a tall, dark figure bolt from his eyesight behind a stack of boxes. Mark closed the attic door and got the decorations down another time. Now my mom's sightings. She's always stuck to the same story. It makes me believe her and also question what kind of mother she is. Remember how I told you nobody was getting any sleep? Well, my mom was regularly waking up around the same time every night. This turned into a tradition of hers, going downstairs for a glass of orange juice. Go back up to bed and typically check on us kids too. We all sleep with our doors open, so she would just kind of look in. You'd walk up the stairs, my bedroom was immediately on the top left side, and the bathroom across from my room on the right side, Mom's room at the end of the hallway on the left. Polly's room's at the end of the hallway on the right, obviously. My mom claims up and down that she woke up in the middle of the night, flipped the hall light on, headed toward the stairs for orange juice. We had to put the baby gate up due to Polly's new sleepwalking habit, so she had to stop before the stairs to open it. Right when she reached the top of the stairs, something caught the corner of her eye. She saw a tall, dark, black figure in my room standing at the end of my bed facing me. She stood there for a moment, looked at it, said to herself, "Nope, I'm half awake and delirious. I'm not there." She goes downstairs, gets the orange juice, and upon her walking back up, she says she reaches the landing and clear as day sees the black figure run from my room through the hallway and into my sister's room. Sister was not in her room. She says it freaked her out so much that she just immediately ran to her room and got back in bed. Thanks a lot, Mom. You're not kidding. Around the same time, my sister got pretty sick. It was miserable to sleep with, like tossing and turning and burning up. My mom and Mark were in bed watching TV with the dog. Polly had been put into her room for the first time in a very long time to see if she could actually sleep there. Mark and my mom claimed that as they were sitting there, they very clearly both heard, "Where is she?" spoken out loud. They looked at each other and immediately started trying to deny. My mom asked Mark, "Did you hear that?" Mark says, "Hear what?" "The dog's stomach?" My mom says, "The dog's stomach? And what did the dog's stomach say, Mark?" Mark responds, "Where is she?" They both freak out and run to my sister's room, grab her, and put her back into the bed with them. Part 6. The Attack. Here's where things take a bad turn. Remember how nobody's sleeping and everybody's having issues sleeping? Well, I started to get really bad sleep paralysis. I had never gotten it before, but it became a regular occurrence. One night in particular, I woke up and couldn't move. I was sleeping on my stomach, so half of my face, being my right cheek, was on the bed. I remember knowing that I was dealing with sleep paralysis and I needed to snap out of it. I started seeing the room around and behind me glow red, and I could see shadows on the walls around me just out of sight. I heard 2 voices, neither of which I would describe as being human. The first voice was on my left side, and it was very deep and guttural, almost growly. It repeated something over and over in a very rhythmic-like chant. It wasn't English. It sounded like no language I could recognize other than maybe Latin, which we would hear at church. The other voice was higher, grainier, and sounded more agitated. It was like the higher voice was sort of egging the lower voice on, and it also wasn't in English. It was then that I felt the most insane pressure on the back pushing me down into the bed. I remember thinking at this point how I knew that I was in sleep paralysis, like it was likely to just be a dream, even though it seemed so real. The harder it pushed me, the more difficult it got to breathe, while the rhythmic chanting only got louder. I remember starting to cry and genuinely thinking to myself that I was going to die. If you've ever been in a situation where you genuinely thought you would die, knowing that, like if a feeling which, let's just say it never leaves you, it sticks with you. I tried to move. I remember straining to scream or just trying to make some sort of noise, anything. I was stuck. I was helpless. Whatever this was going to kill me. I began begging God in my head to save me, and not even religious, but here I was praying. All at once it stopped. I remember feeling my heart pounding in my chest, and unlike other bouts of sleep paralysis I'd gotten immediately after the chanting and pressure stopped, I could move. I never had to wake up out of it. The next morning as I got ready for school, I was terrified. I broke down in tears telling my mom what happened as we got ready for the day. As I was changing my clothes that morning, she walked by my room and stops me. I had scratches on my back. Not deep ones and no bleeding, but red scratches all down my back. People, I promise. I'm not lying. That same day, my mom gets a call from my little sister's grandmother, Jen. Jen is a bit freaked out. Says that she needed to call my mom to see if we were okay. My mom wants to know why she's asking, and Jen proceeds to tell her that the night before she woke up in the middle of the night to see a tall, dark figure standing at the end of her bed. She felt frozen and immediately felt like a deep sense of dread. She started feeling overwhelming pressure on her chest, and this pressure was pushing her into the bed. She said for some reason all she could think about was her family, and she yelled out for it to leave her alone, and it just disappeared. She needed to call us and see what was going on. She had no idea about the other experience that night, or about any of the other things happening in the house. And this was too much of a coincidence. We couldn't rationalize it, and we couldn't explain it away. It was just my own experience. We could have just made excuses, but how did Jen know? And what did Jen also see? At this point, we knew that things were getting serious. We needed help. Part 7. We Need Help / The End. My mom had friends that considered themselves amateur ghost hunters. When they heard about the things going on in the house, they were basically down my mom's throat about coming to investigate. They set up cameras, they set up recorders, and all sorts of gear. We all had to leave for a weekend while they looked through the house. And now I was just a young teenager, so I wasn't allowed to see all the findings, but my mom and Mark were there to see them. They showed the findings to my grandparents. My grandfather's a big military war vet, pretty no-nonsense guy. He said the recordings gave him chills. He never liked coming to our house because it felt odd there. The most active room was Polly's room. And at this point, Polly's room was an icebox, pretty active. Every cross from the house was placed in a room, and we even had a rosary blessed by the Pope in there. We weren't really super religious people, but going through an experience like this makes you do crazy things. In Polly's room, his voice, and it was humming over the recording. They caught something moving the recorder around, and clear as day heard a male voice. It said, "What is this?" while moving the recorder. They caught toys going off in the playroom and caught the doorknob on my bedroom closet jiggling. They asked to come in and do more research. My mom said no because things ramped up a bit in the house after that, and Polly's behavior spiked. We knew we needed some other form of help. We first just reached out to a woman in her family, Tina. They were very involved in her church. Tina came over for the first time and immediately stopped when she came through the door. She put a hand to her chest and said, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry, but I just got the most overwhelming sense of my mom being here when I walked in." Her mother had passed a few years prior. It was a huge part of our overall family. It didn't dawn on us until that moment that my cousins and I had a running joke growing up that we all had an imaginary friend. They were named Mrs. Tut-Tut. They lived with her and Tina. She was responsible for taking care of it. I remember the putt-putt person Polly was talking up to her room at night. Then we caught the older woman humming in the room. Well, anyhow, Polly's behavior was still getting worse, and it was starting to concern us. Tina asked when she came in if she would mind if, she said a quick prayer over Polly. Polly was dead asleep on the couch. Tina walked over and sat on the couch next to her, put one hand over Polly and started praying a quick prayer. And I kid you not, Polly's eyes shot wide open. She immediately sat up on the couch and was thrashing around, kicking and crying, screaming that she wanted to go up to her room. As soon as Tina said amen and stopped praying, Polly crashed back down on the couch and was out like a light. It was as if she never even woke up. We looked at each other with eyes full of fear. How could we rationalize this? 4 people just witnessed it. We feared for Polly. At this point, we went to our church and spoke with our priest. He listened to our stories and gave us advice. He told us that based off of what we were saying, he felt the entity was evil, and we shouldn't try and make contact. He had to assure my mom that this was not Ron. We should avoid discussing it in the house at all costs. No talk of the devil or watching scary movies. A crucifix blessed with holy water was to be placed in the most active room, and they're still there to this day. He said that he felt it was probably demonic, as they can masquerade themselves as somebody else in the beginning, and they feed off of the grief and the stress. He said they couldn't do any sort of exorcism as the church has to go through an approval process for that, but he gave us holy water and agreed to bless our home. He also taught us how to bless the home ourselves for future reference. He, Tina, and my mom went to the house to bless it. Room by room they went through performing the blessing. When they finished the blessing, they all went outside of the driveway. The priest left and my mom lit a cigarette to smoke with Tina. That's when they claimed that an all-black dog came slowly walking out from behind our garage toward them. They said it was nasty looking, beat up, gross hair, just the ugliest dog you've ever seen in your life. It was coming towards them, teeth bared, growling and snarling at them. My mom claims that she just felt it was evil and screamed at it to go away and leave them alone. Well, it ran off and she never saw the dog again. That night, my mom says that she had the most realistic dream of her life. She was wrestling with some sort of dark figure that was fighting with all she had. She was screaming at her to leave her and her kids alone, and she woke up from her sleep completely exhausted and covered in sweat as if she'd actually been fighting someone. And that was just about the end of it. Polly's behavior significantly improved. The noises and sightings stopped. Everything went back to normal for a really long time. The last thing to have happened was in 2017 when I was packing up for college to go back home for the summer. My room was all packed up and I started to feel a bit weird being alone in my dorm room. I didn't have roommates, but I didn't feel alone. I contacted my mom and said that they also started hearing some things in the house again. On my last day at college, I had to run up to my dorm room to change my clothes real quick. When I entered the room, I felt a really heavy negative energy. Sat down in a chair in my room and immediately dazed out as if I was like the most intense daydream ever. The daydream was terrifying and was very violent regarding my little sister. I booked it out of my room and called my mom and told her. They re-blessed the house and we haven't had any problems ever since. Now, I know so many of you will say that this is fake. You'll say that this is made up or that this is exaggerated. If it was just my account of this experience, I might agree with you. But it is in fact that so many people around us experienced this. So many people were present for the same events and went on for so long. I can't doubt it in my mind anymore. I honestly think doubting it was giving it power. But since we've accepted what we went through and decided that we won't fear this thing or give it power over us, we've been fine. For those of you who will say the post the videos of the recordings, well, my mom's never even let me see them, so I got no access. I only have my first-hand accounts, and also these were taken in 2015 or 2016. I don't have any photos or videos from that long ago. But ultimately, I hope you all found your haunted house to be some sort of escape or some sort of entertainment. None of us believed in ghosts, demons, hauntings, whatever you want to call them, until we lived here. My mom claims that I had weird experiences and sightings as a child, and a few that I actually remember. Nothing like those. We actually still live in the same house. So there it is, the story of our haunted house. And a side note or fun fact you may all find interesting. Mark's aunt and uncle owned the house that we live in. That was when he was a child. There were different owners between us. But after my mom and Mark started dating, we found out that Mark's aunt and uncle used to live there. We learned a bunch of other history about the house, and the house still had some awesome things in it that Mark's uncle had originally built, like the bar in the basement or the built-in bookshelves. And the last weird side note, we redid my bedroom halfway through these experiences. So when we pulled my bed out from the wall, there was this weird devil cat stick figure drawing on the wall behind my bed. Never noticed it when we moved in, but somehow it was pretty big, like halfway up the wall. It took us 4 coats of paint to get it to cover up. We'd paint over it and the next day you'd still see it. It's very weird, but the devil cat's just a blue wall now. Mark's family didn't paint the devil cat thing, and that's it. That's the end. If anybody has any questions, I'm more than willing to answer them. And ultimately, I hope that all of you guys stay safe out there and never have to experience anything like this. Woman in the Reservoir. Me and my best friend came at the time from some abusive home lives. As such, we often sought refuge in the woods near our neighborhood. We did this because during the day we would be free of our abusers, and the adults brushed this off as kids being kids. On a particularly bad night, my drunk father invited his motorcycle gang over, and they were all terrible drunks themselves. They kept coming into my bedroom trying to find me for reasons I never learned. I hid away in my hamper, buried under my dirty clothes until they seemed to have given up or gotten too drunk to care. Quietly, after about an hour, I came out of the hamper and snuck out of my back window. We lived in a slab ranch-style house. The back window went to our backyard, which was unlit and sealed with the exception of a small gate that was blocked by their bikes. I snuck over the back fence, picked a corner, and climbed over it. I tossed myself to the other side. The neighbor behind us watched me cut through his backyard, as he had many times, and let me be. We lived in a village, so everybody knew about my dad, but would never really do anything about it. I ran to my best friend's house a mere 2 blocks away. When I arrived and tapped on her window, her own abusive parents were asleep. Since I couldn't come in and she didn't want me to be outside alone, she climbed out of her own window. The 2 of us walked to the woods. We settled next to a water reservoir meant to store rainwater in case of flooding. We sat on the hill far from the road's view. She pulled out some snacks and began conversing as teenagers do about this and that. It was about 20 minutes later or so that we heard shuffling from inside of the reservoir. We thought maybe a deer had jumped the chain-link fence. Rare, but possible, so we ignored it at first, but then it got louder. It was unusual movement, like a dragging, almost a scrape against the brush, though these woods were usually empty, especially near the reservoir, save for, typical animals. We became concerned that maybe there isn't another human, like maybe around out to spook us or even worse. So we slowly gathered up our snacks and moved from sitting to the crouched position. Once we stood up, we could see what looked like a woman laying against the side of the reservoir's wall, at a steep incline made of brush and thin twiggy trees. My friend and I became concerned. The state of her clothes, a light-colored dress, it had tears and dirt everywhere. She herself looked soaked, despite it not having rained in months, typically for mid-November in my state. "Are you okay?" my friend asked her in her direction. "Do you need help?" I asked after a bit of silence. Nothing. The woman didn't move, didn't say anything. And for a moment, we didn't know what to do. It looked like she needed help, so we didn't want to just leave, but who would we go to? Would she be here if we found help and came back? Oh, my best friend and I began to whisper possible options to each other when the shuffling crawl resumed. We turned and looked at the woman's direction. She wasn't crawling anymore, but sprinting towards us. She was going fast enough that the long, disheveled hair that had been obscuring her face moved behind her. Her dark, swollen face was visible. She had blue lips, white, milky eyes that began to screech. My best friend and I booked it. We ran as fast as we could and get the streetlights their orange glow, and we could hear until we crossed the street and then silence. We turned back, looked at the fencing, looking for any signs of her. We saw nothing. We began to talk about how it was probably a senior teen, maybe messing with us. Then we saw her standing inside the fence just staring at us. The orange glow of the lights hit her, making her features seem soft, if not still unsettling. I took a step in her direction, believing now that she was just some crazy homeless woman. She was behind the fence, and at the time it would take for her to climb it made me feel pretty confident. I shouted at her. I told her she was a creep for scaring us, and that it wasn't her fault that she was homeless. I did the front-end motion with my shoulders, if you know, you know. I shouted for her to not be a dick. This must have made her angry, as part of me knew it probably would have. So she started to rush the fence again. It's a tall fence, so I knew that we could duck through some yards to safely, get away before she hit the ground on the other side. I wound up watching. I wound up daring her. But she got to the fence and didn't climb it. She moved through the chain link as if it wasn't even there. My best friend grabbed me and we started booking it back towards her house as fast as our little legs would carry us. We heard one shout from the woman, and it was blood-curdling. It sounded like it was fading in the distance. She was gone. We never went back to the reservoir spot, and we only returned to the woods during the day. After that, though, the paths and trails no longer felt safe. Everything had a weird stillness or weird quietness. We no longer heard birds or bugs and never felt safe again. We were 16 at the time, and had long since moved from that village. Went off to college, I lived in a suburb, moved to a large city. I'm actually packing to move out of the state entirely. The house I'm leaving is near a lake, and packing up my life has meant keeping some odd hours. For the first time in years, I found myself up at night and moving boxes into the garage. I stopped and took a look at the lake on my way back to the house, but froze. I could swear I saw the woman crawling on her belly, dragging herself up the side of the lake through the mud that sat on the edge. In an instant, she was gone. Rushed back into the house, and I'm not sure what this means, but my aunt's coming to sage the house and all of my things. She's also insisting on doing it in our new place before we move anything. I'm gonna let her. I wanted to tell my best friend, but she passed away a few years ago. That's another story entirely. The bell ringing in the toilets. From the ages of 4 to 6, I had the chance to live in the sub-prefecture of Douai in northern France, in the residence connected to the administrative building. As you may know, public buildings all look like large bunkers due to the wave of concrete renovations that followed the post-war period. This house was no exception. It was a gigantic blockhouse of about 300 meters squared with a bunch of bedrooms and bathrooms everywhere. And from my research, it was rebuilt in the 1960s. Before that, the prefecture was just a remodeled hotel dating back to the Napoleonic era. The short period of my childhood that I spent in Douai was marked by a creepy sound of a bell that kept ringing in the guest bathroom in the loft, which served as the entrance to the residence, and for guests of the prefecture. I still clearly remember the jingling of the bell, which seemed to be vigorously shaken at random times when I was alone in the house. Of course, nobody ever went to that bathroom, and the entrance only had a curtain instead of a door, so you could easily hear the sounds coming from it without being able to see directly inside from the loft. Naturally, I never dared to go there, knowing that the idea of approaching it petrified me, and every time I told my parents to go check, my dad would take me with him to reassure me. But nothing ever happened. So, I spent 2 years in that house, avoiding the loft as much as possible and never once using that bathroom. And my mom, unlike my dad, seemed somewhat reluctant about that bathroom, being rather superstitious. The sound was clearly neither mechanical nor automatic. You could distinctly hear a hand shaking the bell, varying the rhythm as one would naturally do. The sound seemed to be literally calling me, since it repeated whenever I got closer. Of course, there was nothing resembling a bell inside that bathroom, which eventually led it to being dubbed the Little Fairy Bell Bathroom, as a way to mock me whenever the opportunity arose. Today, I'm 25 years old, and everybody else, I follow the horror trend that's taken over YouTube in recent years. Can't recall if it was a video by Silartichat. I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. Or Mr. Balin, or Ballin, however you say that one. I know it's awful that I don't know these people. They mention a bell that was attached to lepers in northern France during the Middle Ages to distinguish them without getting contaminated. It seemed that this object has remained deeply rooted in Picard and Norman cultures. Have you ever encountered this kind of auditory apparition? Are leper ghosts a reoccurring thing in the north? Ghosts are just unfortunate short-time travelers. What's the theory that says ghosts that we see are just us and somebody else jumping together into a dimensional time anomaly on the same spatial coordinates for a few seconds before disappearing and going back to its own? All of the encounters and witnesses I heard up to today seem like they lead to this. I tilted when some child imitating a ghost with some white sheets ran behind me and terrorized all of the friends in front of me. I feel like ghosts or spirits couldn't be stupid enough to cosplay ghosts themselves, so we all agreed to call this kid from 17th century, because the little dude looked like, well, medieval. My friend, who also witnessed some medieval guy, or I guess some medieval-like guy who was watching him going to his car, dude looked terrified as my friend from the window of his house, which is quite old, of course nobody was there. My grandma also saw some 19th century-like dressed guy spawning in her room, checking the TV like, the fuck is this window? Is it what we call residual activity? My daughter died. I had twins born 10 weeks early. On DI, Los Muertos. Saved one of them. My husband and I went to Mexico for the Day of the Dead in 2016. It was an amazing experience. Found out I was pregnant with our eldest son a few weeks later. Our beautiful daughter Claire came to the world in 2019. She died in 2020 from brain atrophy. After her death, I found out I was pregnant with twins. It was emotionally very hard. In that 30 weeks, one day, on the Day of the Dead in 2020, I went into spontaneous labor. I had an emergency C-section. Turns out one of my twins, boy/girl twins, girl, twin A, had a true knot in her umbilical cord. My OB told me that had I not spontaneously gone into labor and given birth, my girl twin would have most likely passed. Now my twins are 3. My daughter's obsessed with Halloween and ghosts and skeletons. We live in a country that doesn't traditionally celebrate Halloween, but that's always her request when watching something on TV. It's probably a coincidence, but logically I know it is, but maybe my Claire was watching over my twins and something else in the universe knew the twins had to be born. Another odd thing is that when Claire died, we told her older son that Claire painted the sky pink at sunsets. I stopped saying this after the twins were born. One morning, the sky was pink, and my girl twin stood at the window and said, "Look, I painted the sky pink." I hadn't mentioned Claire painting the sky ever to her. I like that. My mother and I had the same dream on the same night. Back in 2020, I was staying at my mother's house for a few weeks while I was in between apartments. For context, she was raised Catholic, raised me the same, but around the time I was 10, we simultaneously lost interest in the church. She's never been particularly spiritual since then, besides believing in something else. One night, I had an utterly vivid dream. I was at my grandmother's, her mom's, lake house. It was a beautiful day. All of my dead relatives were there. My great-grandparents, who lived well into my teens, my grandmother, who had died in 2016 from cancer, her siblings, who had gone before her, and all the rest. I remember that somebody said something to the effect of, "We're so glad you're here. We've missed you so much." The next morning, I walked into the kitchen, started my morning routine. As my mother and I started getting to talking, I told her about this crazy dream I'd had. Everyone was so happy, and it felt as immediate and as convincing as waking life. She got very quiet and put her phone down. And the great-grandmother and great-grandfather were there. Yeah, and so was their son. They had died when she was pregnant with me. I had the same dream last night. My mom, perhaps the most level-headed, rational, reasonable person I've ever known, went on to describe in great detail the dream she'd had that last night, telling me about how she was at a party at her mother's house with all of her past loved ones. She even went so far as to include names and details I left out of my own off-the-cuff account that matched my recollection precisely. And if I remember correctly, I think she might have even started crying a little. The only conclusion we could draw is that they were visiting, reminding us that they loved us. I'm sure I could rationalize it or find an empirical justification, but I'd like to think that it wasn't a coincidence. fire alarm voice spoke up to protect my cat. This one sounds juicy. Okay, so there have only been 2 moments in my life where I've had absolutely no explanation for what I heard, and this is the most recent one. I am both a critic and a believer of everything and nothing, so generally I can find a rational reason for most of my experiences, but I want your feedback here. Last week I was preparing to leave on a trip. My cat was getting anxious seeing the suitcases, so I was telling her that she was going to be alone and everything would be okay. I said, someone's going to be here every day to visit you. And the Nest fire alarm in the corner of the room said hi. Now, I know that obviously tech is going to glitch, but folks, this fire alarm never ever talks unless I'm in the app using it, or obviously if there's a smoke or an emergency. I've never once heard it say hi, and I've gone through all of its prompts and updates. So what do you think of this? Was it something trying to, tell Sushi and I that she'd be extra not alone? Well, I don't know about that, but I'm also here to make you feel extra not alone, if that's worth anything. See ya.